Chapter 393. An hour later, at the pet store, Wu Ming's eyes widened. Looking at the mountain of gift boxes, he opened his mouth in surprise. "Lulu, what's going on?" Wu Ming asked Wang Chulu, who was standing by the door. Wang Chulu was wearing a well-tailored evening gown that revealed a large part of her snow-white skin. She was quite attractive. She ran to Wu Ming and held his arm. She explained in a soft voice, "Boss, you're so forgetful. Boss, you're so forgetful. Tonight is the moon goddess's birthday. These are all gifts from the nobles in the city. Right? There's a party in the city. Look, does my gown look nice? So that's how it is." Wu Ming suddenly understood. He looked at Wang Chulu and felt that she was like a delicate and beautiful black rose. "Yes, of course." He grinned and kissed her. 5 minutes later, Wang Chulu let go of Wu Ming's hand and twirled around. "Boss, don't worry. Tonight I'm all yours." Wu Ming swallowed his saliva. Wu Ming and Wang Chulu had had many in-depth conversations, and they knew each other well. But tonight, when he saw her in a black evening gown, his eyes still glowed. "Let me get changed." Wu Ming went back to the pet store and took a shower. He then realized that he didn't have anything suitable for the party. "No clothes? Ha ha ha." When Wang Chulu heard the news, she giggled. "Boss, I'll take you to the mall to pick out a suitable outfit." "Sure." Wu Ming nodded. 5 minutes later, Wu Ming sat in the passenger seat of a blue sports car. He looked at Wang Chulu, who was driving, and asked, "Is this your car?" "Yes. I left these cars at the Thunder Spirit Villa. I moved here when I moved last time. So, I've been driving every day." Wang Chulu nodded. "Okay, let's go." "Okay." Wang Chulu stepped on the gas. The blue sports car roared and dashed out like a wild beast. Ultra Beast Center Tower. Today's party would be held here, in the performance hall on the 5th floor. Now, Wu Ming was going to the shopping mall on the 3rd floor to choose a suitable set of clothes. "Boss, over here." Wang Chulu pulled Wu Ming into a luxurious clothing store. Immediately, 2 young shop assistants with graceful figures walked over. "It's H.E. Wu Ming and CEO Wang." The 2 shop assistants immediately smiled. "Give our boss a set of clothes suitable for the banquet," Wang Chulu said. "All right. H.E. Wu Ming, please take off your jacket. We'll take your measurements on the spot," an employee said softly. "No problem." Wu Ming took off his coat. The inner clothes were only a white shirt. The whole person looked capable and handsome. The shop assistant looked at Wu Ming from a close distance. Her heartbeat quickened, and she couldn't help but blush. She quickly took his measurements. What strong muscles! Perfect! While the shop assistant was taking his measurements, her fingers accidentally touched Wu Ming's firm chest muscles. Her face turned even redder. "Lulu, do you know the goddess of the moon?" Wu Ming suddenly asked. Before he came back, he wanted to know whether the goddess of the moon was a person or a pet. "Boss, you don't know the goddess of the moon?" Wang Chulu sat on the side, covering her mouth and laughing. "What's so funny?" Wu Ming couldn't help but ask. "The goddess of the moon is a household name. It is a myth, but is based on reality," Wang Chulu explained patiently. "The legend of the goddess of the moon has been around for many years. It is said that a long time ago, there were no pets in this world. Ferocious beasts ran rampant, and the human world was almost completely devoured. Everyone was in danger. Until one full moon night, the goddess of the moon appeared. She looked like an elegant fairy. She wore a veil on her face and a colorful gauze dress. She was stunning. On her back, there were 2 pairs of beautiful butterfly wings. That night, the goddess of the moon arrived in the sky. She merely breathed, and a storm swept across the land. Many ferocious beasts were blown to pieces. After that battle, the human race was saved. Then, the goddess of the moon taught the humans how to tame beasts, and they became beast tamers and trainers. In honor of the goddess of the moon, on the 15th of August, every year, everyone would set off fireworks and hold a banquet to celebrate the goddess of the moon, opening a new era for the human race. Wang Chulu spoke with great emotion. There was a glint in her eyes. She looked as if she worshipped the goddess of the moon. She was serious and solemn. It was the first time that Wu Ming had seen her so serious. It seemed that the legend of the goddess of the moon had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Apart from Su Ping, all the natives of the world of pets must have respected the goddess of the moon. I'm done. Right then, the shop assistant had finished taking measurements. They began to analyze the data. Then, they took out an expensive black suit and cut it according to Wu Ming's measurements. The banquet will start in half an hour. Can we make it? Wu Ming couldn't help but ask. One of the shop assistants said with a smile, H. Wu Ming, don't worry. We have inherited our master skills. We can definitely make the clothes perfect for you. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Ming sat aside and waited. 10 minutes later, the two shop assistants had finished changing the trousers and the jacket. Wu Ming tried them on the spot. Standing in front of the huge mirror, Wu Ming couldn't help but smile at the tall and handsome man in the mirror. Yes, I'm satisfied. Wu Ming nodded. This store is good. Lulu, see if you can buy this store. H. Wu Ming, this store is now under the Thunder Spirit Group, one of the shop assistants said with a smile. Ah, Wu Ming's expression froze. Wang Chulu smiled. Boss, we sisters haven't been idle since we moved to Garan Castle. We have bought many companies in the city. Now the entire Ultra B Center Tower is ours. You bought it so quickly? Wu Ming was surprised. Why didn't you inform me? Boss, you don't have to waste your time on such a small matter. We are enough. Wang Chulu smiled. Haha, thank you for your hard work. Wu Ming reached out and put his arm around Wang Chulu's slender waist. They walked to the elevator and went to the performance hall on the 5th floor. Wu Ming has arrived. As Wu Ming and Wang Chulu came to the performance hall hand in hand, the host immediately announced into the microphone. The noisy scene quickly quieted down. Countless eyes instantly gathered on Wu Ming. It's really Wu Ming. Everyone looked at Wu Ming, who had changed into a black suit, and felt that he looked more handsome than usual. They all stood up to greet him. My lord, you're finally here. The mayor of Garan Castle and the others trotted all the way and surrounded Wu Ming and Wang Chulu, escorting them to the VIP seats in the front row. Sit wherever you want. Don't worry about me. Wu Ming waved his hand and sat down. Wang Chulu sat beside him. The handsome man and the beautiful woman were like a pair of immortals, stunning the audience. Chapter 394. Lulu, you are so annoying. That's right. How dare you keep all the food to yourself? Yu Saruo and a dozen other business elites were talking from the seats next to them. That night, all of them had put on evening gowns that accentuated their perfect figures. They were like nobles among flowers. In the performance hall with over 1,000 people, they outshone all the other beauties. The men were drooling and the women were jealous. All of a sudden, Wu Ming sensed a resentful look. He looked over at once and saw that Su Qianqian was sitting in the second row, staring at him. This is awkward. Wu Ming scratched his head. That night's banquet was very important. Therefore, Su Qianqian, Diana, Su Ying, and all the dignitaries of the Garan Castle were present. Naturally, the other women were jealous when they saw that he was with Wang Chulu. Sometimes having too many female confidants is a very troublesome thing. Wu Ming forced a smile. Of course, he wasn't worried that Su Qianqian and Diana would ignore him. Those two strong women were sensible and wouldn't make trouble for no reason. Hello, everyone. At the moment, the hostess in a gorgeous dress stood on the stage and introduced the program into the microphone. Next, let's welcome the pets to sing. The hostess stepped to the side and pointed to the stage. The 3 parrots jumped onto the table on the stage, moved closer to the microphone, and began to sing. Parrots could imitate and speak the human language. The 3 parrots were unranked, but they had evolved and were of a much higher level than the average parrots. As soon as they opened their mouths, they spoke in a clear voice. On the seats, Wu Ming listened to the 3 parrots singing a love song. Some 8 pets were playing the piano, the violin, and other musical instruments. His eyes were full of surprise. He felt as if he had arrived at a new world. I didn't know that pets could be played like this. Wu Ming's eyes glowed. He decided that he would hold a pet music festival in the future so that all kinds of pets could sing. 3 minutes later, when the parrots finished singing, thousands of audience members applauded and cheered. The three parrots were also very sensible. They bowed to the audience as a curtain call. Good, good, good. Everyone cheered. The host stood below the stage with a smile on his face. He said into the microphone, "That was the performance of the pet band. Next, the pet acrobatics troupe will perform. Please enjoy." The curtains slowly closed. After a minute, the curtains slowly opened. The audience noticed that there were 10 fire rings of different sizes on the stage, and they were placed at different heights. Whoosh! An ape-type pet jumped onto the stage and jumped over the fire rings of different sizes. None of the pets were burned by the fire. They were very agile. All right, the audience applauded again. Then a black bear pet rode a unicycle onto the stage. It held a racket with both paws and bounced the table tennis ball skillfully without making any mistakes. Awesome! The audience cheered. On the seat, Wang Chulu whispered into Wu Ming's ear, "Boss, this is a wonderful performance. I hope we can see it more often in the future." "Yes, it is." Wu Ming nodded. The performance of the pets was similar to that of the circuses he had seen before. Truth be told, the evolved pets were much smarter and more powerful than the animals in the circuses. The performances they could perform were more difficult. Also, they were more enjoyable to watch. On the stage, the acrobatics were still going on. 10 minutes later, it was time for the singing performance. A pet that could spit out colorful mist was lying on its stomach by the stage. It had a round belly and looked like a pig that could walk upright. Its skin was white as snow. The pet opened its mouth and breathed out colorful mist, which gradually filled the entire stage. Wow, it's a blue magical pig. It's so cute. I really want to have one. I wonder where I can buy one. The audience, especially the females, were all excited to see the blue magical pig. The blue magical pig was not good at fighting, but it was cute. For many people, pets were not meant to be improved. They were meant to be kept as pets. As long as the pets were cute, they would be willing to keep them. Some people liked novelty. The pets they kept were strange. Spiders, snakes, and lizards were just child's play. For some people, the uglier a pet was, the more they liked it. Of course, such people were rare. Moonlight, pure and flawless. Right then, a pretty girl walked out from behind the stage. She was dressed as the god of moon and was surrounded by colorful mist. She was singing in a beautiful voice, as if a fairy had come down to earth. It's the singer from the Garan Castle, Miss Lon. So, Miss Lon will be performing tonight. What a surprise. I heard that Miss Lon was born in the Garan Castle. Later, she went to study at the Academy of Music in the EC City. After she graduated, she became an excellent singer and became famous all over the country. This time, she came back to her hometown to sing. I guess that a show of support for the construction of her hometown. Rumor has it that Miss Lon is going to set up her own pet music performance company in the Garan Castle. The pets that will be performing are all employees of her company. Is that so? The audience whispered to each other. Wu Ming didn't know the identity of the beautiful singer on the stage until he heard the discussions. Wu Ming wasn't very interested in Miss Lon. In terms of appearance, she was indeed above 90 points, close to beautiful girls like Wang Chulu and Su Qianqian. However, Wu Ming didn't lack beautiful girls like her. What he really cared about was the pet music performance company that Miss Lon was going to set up. He wanted to train a batch of similar pets. It wasn't for enjoyment, but for practical purposes. As a trainer, Wu Ming knew that pets could feel bored and needed to be refreshed. Letting pets listen to moving music could help them relax. For pets, this was necessary. "Sir, have you fallen in love with Miss Lon?" Wang Chulu whispered to Wu Ming. "You don't need to trouble me to share your worries. You don't need an outsider." Wu Ming rolled his eyes at her and said grumpily, "Am I that kind of person? I'm just interested in the pet music performance company. I think we should train some pets for entertainment so that the battle pets can relax." "Is that so?" Wang Chulu's eyes lit up. "Then, I'll invest in Miss Lon's company tomorrow. It's up to you." Wu Ming nodded. He put his arm around Wang Chulu's slim waist and continued to watch the performance. That night's performance was mainly about pets, with appropriate elements of the god of the moon. It was the first time that the nobles of the Garan Castle had seen a pet performance. They were all curious. 10 o'clock in the evening. After the performance, there was a supper party. Wu Ming naturally sat in the most distinguished seat. Wu Ming looked around, but didn't see Wu Tianxuo. He couldn't help but ask, "Where's Wu Tianxuo?" The mayor of the Garan Castle said in a hurry, "Master Wu is still studying the magnetic field configuration method. He didn't come." Okay, what a workaholic. Wu Ming shook his head, thinking that it wasn't good for Wu Tianxuo to be so tense all the time. A balance of work and rest would be the most efficient. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, the mayor's phone rang. He quickly left his seat and picked up the phone. The look in his eyes changed. Chapter 395. Oh no! The mayor of Wuyuan City hung up the phone. His eyes were about to pop out. A large number of beasts are attacking Wuyuan City at night. The situation is not good. We need backup. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Don't worry. Let's find out what the rank of the beasts are. If they're above Class C, we won't be able to handle them. The other mayors turned pale as well. What is going on? Wu Ming looked at the mayor of Wuyuan City and stood up. Since there are beasts attacking the city, we must understand the situation and provide backup as soon as possible. Sir, it is a group of beasts. When I called, the first wave of attack was going on. Since your pet, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus, is here, we are safe for the time being. The mayor of Wuyuan City told Su Ping everything in detail. Let me contact the Ice Quetzalcoatlus. Wu Ming closed his eyes and contacted the Ice Quetzalcoatlus hundreds of kilometers away through the pet contract. The next second, Wu Ming opened his eyes and frowned. The Ice Quetzalcoatlus has sensed danger. I think there are at least 2 Class C beasts. Go and help. Wu Ming dashed out of the performance hall first. Sir, don't go. It is dangerous there. All the mayors were shocked. They felt Wu Ming was taking a risk. Given his strength, it would be dangerous for him to be surrounded by a group of Class C beasts. Don't worry. He won't die. A cold voice was heard. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. They saw a tall woman wearing a third-generation dragon scale armor standing on the stage. Next to her was a huge poisonous bee. It was Jiao Yu and her pet, the giant poisonous bee. It is a Class B pet. Someone took out an energy detector and checked the energy index of the giant poisonous bee. What he saw made him gasp. As soon as he said that, the entire venue fell into silence. No one expected that there would be a Class B beast tamer in the performance hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiao Yu sat on the back of the giant poisonous bee and flew out. She also wanted to go to Wuyuan City. By the stage, Miss Lan looked at the backs of Wu Ming and Jiao Yu as they left. Her beautiful eyes flashed with great surprise. She was a peak sea-level beast tamer. He had thought that with his strength, he would become the strongest person when he returned to Garan Castle. Then, he would rely on the pet music performance company to prop up the sky and build a business empire. But now, she realized that she had been too naive. Wu Tianxuo was not the only one in the Garan Castle. Wu Ming was there as well. Now, there was an unfamiliar female B-level beast tamer. Many big tycoons had also moved in. The waters were getting deeper and deeper. With her strength, it seemed like she couldn't stir up a storm at all. How could this be? Miss Lan was speechless. He had thought that he would be able to achieve great things after returning to Garan Castle, but now it seemed that he still had to be cautious. High in the sky, Wu Ming was enshrouded in the mist of the demon atomic beast and moved forward at 3 times the speed of sound. As expected of Class A pet. It's so fast. Wu Ming laughed. The demon atomic beast had taken the class evolutionary food greed. After it evolved into a Class A pet, its speed had also soared to more than 1,000 meters per second. It was a few hundred miles in a straight line to Wuyuan City. At the current speed, it would take less than 10 minutes. Boom! Wherever Wu Ming passed by, there would be deafening sonic booms. But he was flying 3,000 meters above the ground, so the impact on the ground was not too great. So it was still okay. Behind Wu Ming, Jiao Yu was sitting on the back of the giant poisonous bee. How can this guy be so fast? Has the demon atomic beast evolved into a Class A? Seeing Wu Ming getting farther and farther away, Jiao Yu's eyes were full of shock. At first, she thought she could catch up with him. But to her surprise, the distance between them was getting wider and wider. Wuyuan City. A large number of beast tamers were standing on the city wall with their pets. They were using their offensive talents to resist the fierce beasts outside the city. Growl! Right then, 3 tigers with wings on their backs jumped out of the army of fierce beasts. They roared at the sky, making deafening noises. Some beast tamers who were close to the tiger even had their eardrums burst. Then, their noses bled and they felt dizzy. Some of the weaker residents passed out on the spot. 3 Class C winged tigers. We are doomed. Seeing the 3 winged beasts, the residents of Wuyuan City were so scared that their faces turned pale. They fell to the ground on their butts. Shriek! Right then, the ice-winged dragon soared into the sky from the city and flew hundreds of meters above the ground. It was the first to open its mouth and spit out ice, trying to freeze the 3 winged tigers. Growl! The winged tigers reacted quickly. They moved their bodies and dodged the attack. The ice hit the ground, freezing the area within a radius of 100 meters. Many fierce beasts failed to dodge in time and were frozen into ice sculptures. They would soon die. It's the ice-winged dragon. How could I forget about it? This is a Class C ice pet sent by H. Iwu Ming of the Garan Castle to help with the relocation. It is powerful. It will be able to protect us. I just called the mayor. Reinforcements will be here soon. Hang in there. The residents of Wuyuan City began to fight back vigorously as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Oh. The sound of geese came. In the center of Wuyuan City, a large white swan with a height of 5 meters and a wingspan of 10 meters was flapping its wings. It carried an old man in a combat suit into the sky. It's the old mayor. He is still alive. The Class C water swan is still alive. We have 2 Class C pets in Wuyuan City. 2 against 3. We can hold them off. The beast tamers of Wuyuan City were even more excited. The old mayor was the father of the current mayor of Wuyuan City. He was 80 years old and had retired 20 years ago. No one would have thought that he was still alive and that he would step up in this time of crisis. Hang in there. The old mayor of Wuyuan City stood on the back of the water swan. He waved his hand. The water swan flapped its wings and released many water swords. Dozens of beasts were cut in half. Roar! The 3 winged tigers were enraged. They took action together. They jumped up to hundreds of meters in an instant and cut the water swan's wings with their sharp claws. Oh! The water swan screamed. It fell from the sky with the old mayor. It could not even last 1 round. The next second, the 3 Class C winged tigers flapped their wings and dashed toward the water swan. They wanted to bite it to death first. Whoosh! The ice-winged dragon swooped down. The ice-winged dragon was wearing an armor made of material balls. The ice-winged dragon hugged the water swan with its wings and blocked the attacks of the 3 Class C winged tigers. What a strong defense! The old mayor could see clearly that the ice-winged dragon was wearing a layer of dark golden armor. It was so hard that it could even block the claws of the Class C pets. The old mayor saw hope. PFF. The 3 Class C winged tigers stepped back dozens of meters at once. They formed a triangular formation. They opened their mouths and breathed out blazing flames, trying to kill the water swan with a high temperature. Shriek! The ice-winged dragon grabbed the water swan and the old mayor of Wuyuan City with its claws. The ice-winged dragon flapped its wings and dove down to avoid the flames. It landed on the city wall in the distance. The old mayor is saved. That was so close. When the people of Wuyuan City saw this scene, their hearts jumped to their throats. Chapter 396. Dozens of kilometers away, Wu Ming could clearly see the battle taking place in the sky above Wuyuan City. He also saw the ice Quetzalcoatlus' nimble fighting skills. Very well, here I come. Wu Ming grinned and continued to travel at 3 times the speed of sound, which was much faster than the speed of sound. When the others heard him, he had already arrived at the scene of the battle. High up in the sky, the 3 winged tigers turned around and looked at the ice Quetzalcoatlus, the old mayor of Wuyuan City, and the C-Class Imperial Swan. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. 3 against 2, they had an absolute advantage. However, just as the 3 winged tigers were about to continue their attack, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Danger was approaching. Their expressions changed greatly. They quickly turned around and prepared to dodge. However, it was too late. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a black light blade slashed across and split the 3 C-class winged tigers in half. Plop! The corpses of the 3 winged tigers fell to the ground and made a dull sound. Boom! At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air. It was like a thunderous roar that resounded in everyone's ears. What's that? Look, there's a person standing in the air. That's Wu Ming. Everyone noticed that there was a black fog floating in the air. On top of it, there was a tall figure wearing dark red dragon scale armor. Some people from Garan Castle recognized Wu Ming. Screech. The Ice Quetzalcoatlus noticed Wu Ming and immediately let out a high-pitched cry. It flew into the air and rubbed its huge head against Wu Ming's arm. Well done. Wu Ming patted the Ice Quetzalcoatlus's head and praised it. This guy had just fought 1 against 3 and saved the lives of the old mayor of Wuyuan City and the Imperial Swan. Its fighting skills were really good. You are Wu Ming? At this moment, the old mayor of Wuyuan City sat on the back of the Imperial Swan and flew into the air. He asked Wu Ming with a face full of awe. Others might not know how strong Wu Ming was, but he was very clear. The 3 C-rank winged tigers were all at the elite level. In a one-on-one fight, they could have defeated his swans. Still, Wu Ming's pets killed them in an instant. He was well aware of what this meant. Wu Ming was at least a B-level beast tamer. It's me. Wu Ming nodded. The armor on his face became thinner and fainter, revealing his true appearance. He nodded at the old city lord. At the thought of moving to Garan Castle in the future, the old castellan immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Wu Ming, for saving my life. I'm very grateful. Please take a seat. I'll go and disperse the tide of beasts." No need. The beast tide has already retreated. Wu Ming shook his head. He stretched out his hand and pointed outside the city. The old city lord looked over. Following the death of the 3 C-class winged tiger beasts, the beast tide began to retreat. Not long after, only a few iron-headed ferocious beasts remained nearby. All beast tamers in the city, listen up. Clean up the battlefield. The old city lord of Wuyuan City shouted. Yes. Many beast tamers went to work at once. They cleaned up the battlefield to make sure that no beast tamers had escaped. They also collected the corpses of the ferocious beasts to make a fortune. In the air, the old city lord of Wuyuan City said to Wu Ming, Wu Ming, do you want to come to my place and take a rest? Wu Ming shook his head. No need. I have to go outside the city and find out the cause of the beast tide. That's the only way to solve this once and for all. Then, I'll go with you? The old city lord of Wuyuan City asked without thinking. Sure. Yi Feng didn't object. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Ming left the ice-winged dragon to guard Wuyuan City. Stepping on the black mist transformed by the demon atomic beast, he flew toward the direction where the beast tide was retreating. The old city lord of Wuyuan City sat on the back of the swans and followed Yi Feng. In the air, the old city lord of Wuyuan City sized up the black mist under Wu Ming's feet. He thought it was some kind of pet, but he had never seen it before. He was curious. Wu Ming, what kind of pet is that? I don't think I've seen it before. The old city lord of Wuyuan City asked the question that had been bothering him. This is the demon atomic beast. It has the ability to transform into mist. It can transform into anything. Wu Ming gave a brief introduction. Transform into anything? I'm so envious. The old city lord of Wuyuan City was even more envious. For him, this ability was impressive. More importantly, the pet could transform into armor to protect the beast tamer perfectly. In the air, riding on their respective pets, the two of them followed the direction where the beast tide was retreating. They traveled for more than 100 miles and arrived above a mountain range. This should be the nest of the 3 winged tigers. The old city lord of Wuyuan City said. Wu Ming didn't say anything. He kept his eyes of insight open and looked around. Soon, he found a place that interested him. Follow me. Wu Ming landed in a valley on the ground. A large number of corpses of vegetarian pets were lying on the ground. There were many holes on their bodies, similar to the ones they had seen before. What's going on here? The old city lord of Yuyuan City was shocked to see this. The internal organs of a large group of vegetarian pets had been eaten up. There were many shocking holes on their bodies. It was a horrifying scene. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Just as I thought, Wu Ming mumbled. The old city lord of Yuyuan City was curious. Wu Ming, do you know what is going on here? The ferocious beasts lay their eggs or cubs in the bodies of the vegetarian pets. The ferocious beasts use the nutrients in the ferocious beasts to speed up the breeding process. That is why the ferocious beasts have been reproducing so quickly recently, Wu Ming explained. I see. The old city lord of Yuyuan City was shocked. If he hadn't followed Wu Ming out, he wouldn't have known that the reason for the accelerated breeding process was due to the new method of breeding offspring. This time, he had learned something new. Wu Ming, have you seen something similar before? The old city lord of Yuyuan City looked around. This scene was a bit horrifying. Yes. Wu Ming nodded. I found this situation a few hundred kilometers away from Jialan City, as well as the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. This is the crisis of the vegetarian vicious beasts, but also the carnival of the carnivorous vicious beasts. This is too dangerous. The old city lord of Yuyuan City wore a grave expression. Generally speaking, the vegetarian pets were less aggressive. As long as humans didn't provoke them, they could live in harmony with humans. However, the carnivorous pets were different. They needed meat. Humans, pets, and vegetarian pets were all prey for the carnivorous pets. They treated everyone equally. Therefore, the carnivorous pets were the common enemy. Wu Ming, we should announce these findings to attract attention from all walks of life and make preparations in advance, the old city lord of Yuyuan City suggested. I have asked the mayor of Garan Castle to announce it. I believe that people from other cities will pay attention, Wu Ming said. That would be great. The old city lord of Yuyuan City breathed in relief. Right then, Wu Ming noticed a pair of strange eyes in the distance. Be careful. The culprit behind today's strike has appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. Chapter 397. What happened? The old city lord of Yuyuan City looked around. Then, following the direction that Wu Ming pointed, he saw a pair of cold eyes. At this moment, the old city lord of Yuyuan City felt a chill all over his body. It's a B-class beast. The old city lord of Yuyuan City exclaimed. To be able to make him feel this creepy, it must be a B-class beast that surpassed C-class, or even an A-class beast. Wu Ming, you're the devil atomic beast, should be able to win, right? The old city lord of Yuyuan City swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Let's see how it goes. Wu Ming was expressionless. In the darkness, it was a thicket of trees. A humanoid beast stood in the thicket, coldly looking at Wu Ming and the old city lord of Yuyuan City. Its eyes were filled with anger. Under the bright moonlight, Wu Ming used his eye of insight. Name, 8-man elf. Grade, B-class. Classification, intelligent beast. Remark, a maternal 8-man elf, powerful but timid and cautious. It has just finished giving birth and is in the stage of breastfeeding. Seeing the last line of remarks, Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. He realized that he had found the key point. A B-class 8-man elf that had just given birth and was in the breastfeeding period, logically speaking, it would take care of its child at all times. However, why wasn't there a breastfeeding cub around it? 8-man elves were primate beasts. They liked to live alone. Under normal circumstances, after an 8-man elf gave birth, it was impossible for them to leave. Instead, they would take care of the cub alone until they had the ability to survive independently. This maternal 8-man elf, met Wu Ming's gaze, and its eyes were filled with anger. It wanted to rush forward, but it didn't dare to. Its mouth could only let out a shout. It was like a threat. Wu Ming, what should we do? The opponent seems to be an 8-man elf, and it's a B-class one. It has a very strong illusion technique, and we can't resist it. The old city lord of Yun City had an ugly expression. Indeed, Wu Ming nodded. The 8-men elves looked like humans, but in fact, they looked similar to red-haired gorillas. Of course, their greatest characteristic was that they had a third eye between their eyebrows. This eye was dark blue. Once the third eye was opened, it meant that the ape elves were about to use their unique talent, Eye of Illusion, which could instantly make the opponent fall into a deep sleep like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Why are you looking for us? Wu Ming asked the 8-man elf. In theory, this B-grade 8-man fairy had enough opportunities to use illusions and put them to sleep. However, it did not do so. Therefore, Wu Ming felt that it was deliberately waiting for them, or rather, waiting for someone who could talk to it. The old city lord of Yun City was stunned. Why was Wu Ming talking to him? But could ape elves speak human language? Humans, damn it. However, what made the old city lord of Yun City stunned was that the ape elf could speak human language. Although it was speaking the official human language, it was still human language. Oh my god, the beast can talk. The old city lord of Yun City took a deep breath. This is not strange. Wu Ming shook his head. In fact, there are many beasts and pets that can talk. It's just that you haven't come into contact with them yet. It was not too far-fetched. Parrots, myna, and other pets could basically speak human language. Apart from those pets, primate beasts and pets could, as a matter of fact, communicate with humans without any obstacles after a certain amount of training and development. Why are you waiting for us? Wu Ming continued to ask. Child, give me back my child. The ape elf roared and stuttered. Wu Ming spread out his hands. I just arrived here. How would I know where your child is? Could it be that your child was taken away by the people of Yun City? Su Ping finally understood. The reason why the B-grade ape elf ordered the 3 C-grade winged tigers to lead the beast-tide army to attack Yun City was because its child was missing. Therefore, it suspected the people of Yun City. Impossible. The ape elf widened its eyes. The third eye between its eyebrows slowly opened, flashing with a dark blue glow. Give me back my child, or else I will do it. The ape was still stuttering. Wu Ming looked at the old city lord of Yun City, who was stunned, and asked, Old city lord, you are from Yun City, so you should know something, right? I'm still confused. The old city lord was truly confused. He had been recuperating in his garden-style courtyard and rarely asked about the outside world. If it weren't for the fact that the beasts were attacking the city, he wouldn't have come out to fight the enemy. But who knew that the enemy was too strong? Before he could put up a front, he was beaten up by the 3 C-grade winged tigers. If it weren't for the ice Quetzalcoatlus, he would have been dead. It seemed that we have to go back to Yun City. Wu Ming was a little helpless and said slowly. With his strength, he could kill the B-grade ape elf in an instant. However, the ape elf didn't attack immediately. Instead, it chose to negotiate with them for the sake of its child. This was enough to show that the other party wasn't a violent beast. Therefore, Wu Ming was willing to help the other party find its child. You wait here, Wu Ming said to the ape elf, and immediately stepped on the black mist and flew towards Yun City. Wu Ming, wait for me. The old city lord of Yun City didn't dare to stay here alone. He hurriedly followed Wu Ming's footsteps. 15 minutes later, Yun City lord's mansion. Tell me, did anyone catch a newly born red-haired gorilla? Or did anyone go to the Elf Canyon 100 kilometers away recently? The old city lord called all the beast tamers in the city. Then there was a lecture. No, all the beast tamers present shook their heads. At this moment, high up in the sky, Wu Ming stood in the air and used the Eye of Insight to observe below. Finally, after 3 minutes of scanning, he found traces of the ape elf in Yun City. However, the traces of the ape elf were very faint. It disappeared after entering the city. It seemed to have been collected by some space-type pet talent. Space-type talent. Wu Ming quickly looked at all the beast tamers in the mansion. Finally, after a minute, he locked his eyes on a middle-aged man with his head lowered. Understanding dawned in his eyes. Found it. Wu Ming strode towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, he used the Eye of Insight to obtain the other party's information. Name, Li Datian, beast level, peak E-grade beast tamer, pet, golden wolf spider, pet talents, E-grade internal space, E-grade glaring beam, E-grade extraordinary spider silk. Tap, tap, tap. As Wu Ming walked into the hall of the mansion, his heavy footsteps quickly attracted everyone's attention. In the crowd, Li Datian lowered his head slightly. You, raise your head. The next moment, a majestic voice sounded in front of him. Li Datian's heart skipped a beat. He slowly raised his head and met Wu Ming's calm eyes. It's over. Li Datian had a bad feeling. Chapter 398. Your name is Li Datian, right? Wu Ming looked at the seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged man and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Li Datian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Your Excellency Wu Ming, I didn't expect you to know my name. It really makes me feel honored. What can I do for you? The mayor asked. Yes, H.E. Wu Ming, why are you looking for Li Datian? Wu Ming smiled. Li Datian, please open up the internal space of your pet, the golden wolf spider, and let out that red-haired gorilla. Hearing this, Li Datian trembled all over. Everyone else was at a loss. Golden wolf spider? Did that pet have an internal space? Generally speaking, wasn't that the space-jumping frog's talent? Could it be that Li Datian's golden wolf spider had absorbed some space food and awakened its talent? Everyone present was very curious. Of course, they were more curious about how Wu Ming knew that there was a red-haired gorilla in the golden wolf spider's internal space. What internal space? What red-haired gorilla? H.E. Wu Ming, are you mistaken? Li Datian bit his teeth and asked in a low voice. Yes, it's you, Wu Ming said. With that said, he walked over to Li Datian, ready to take action. He didn't want to waste any more time talking nonsense. H.E. Wu Ming, you are framing me. Li Datian noticed that Wu Ming was approaching him step by step. A glint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. Kill him. Whoosh. Next to Li Datian, a huge tarantula with a golden crown on its head jumped out. It opened its mouth and spewed out spider silk at Wu Ming, trying to entangle him. In the meantime, its poisonous fangs were ready to bite Wu Ming's neck and kill him. Too weak, Wu Ming put his hands behind his back, not panicking at all. The next second, a mysterious force field erupted. Everyone present, including the golden wolf spiders and the spider webs, were all frozen in midair, unable to move. What happened? Why am I frozen? Help! The expressions of the beastmasters present changed drastically, their hearts filled with incomparable shock. Something that could freeze so many beast tamers and pets at the scene in an instant had to be a powerful pet or ferocious beast. If it was the latter, then it would be terrifying. Most likely, everyone here would die. Ta ta ta. Suddenly, everyone heard footsteps. They turned their eyes and saw Wu Ming walking towards Li Datian, completely unaffected by the force field. It's your pet. Li Datian turned pale. Not bad. Wu Ming nodded and pointed at the golden-crowned tarantula. Do you want me to kill your pet on the spot? Or do you want to be honest and release the young red-haired gorilla? I don't know what you're talking about. Li Datian was at a loss. His acting skills were very good. Wu Ming smiled. He took out the B-grade ion sword and swung it down, cutting off one of the golden wolf spider's legs. It was in so much pain that it kept struggling. Wu Ming showed no mercy to this pet that had tried to kill him. What are you doing? Li Datian roared. Rip! Wu Ming cut off two of the golden wolf spider's legs in succession and placed the blazing ion sword only 10 centimeters away from its head. Wu Ming only needed to exert a little force to end the golden-crowned tarantula's life. I'll do it, I'll do it. Li Datian was really scared. As far as he was concerned, Wu Ming was really a ruthless person. If he didn't tell the truth, he might really die. Plop! The golden-crowned tarantula opened its mouth and spat out something wrapped in spider silk. It was only the size of a fist at first, but after it landed on the ground, it began to expand and eventually became a package that was half a meter long. Wu Ming carefully cut open the spider's silk and took out a young red-haired gorilla that was sleeping. At first glance, it was just an ordinary red-haired gorilla. However, if one were to look carefully between its eyebrows, they would discover a vertical line that looked like a third eye. It was the child of the B-grade ape-man elf. Wu Ming hugged the child of the ape-man elf. After making sure that it was fine and had only fainted, Wu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at Li Datian and coldly said, "Now, you can tell me why you took such a huge risk to steal the child of a B-grade ape-man elf. What is the conspiracy behind this matter?" Buzz. Wu Ming waved the B-grade ion sword, which was only 3 centimeters away from Li Datian's neck. The latter could already feel the burning sensation, and his face was filled with fear. "Don't try to be clever," Wu Ming coldly warned. "An ordinary red-haired gorilla isn't worth your risk. I've just checked. It's an ape-man sprite with B-grade potential. Its mother is the mastermind behind tonight's Beast Tide attack. However, the reason why it started the Beast Tide was to find its own child. You deliberately took advantage of the gap when the ape-man elf went out to hunt and let the golden wolf spider steal its child. It was to deliberately trigger this Beast Tide. I'm right, aren't I?" Wu Ming's questioning voice resounded throughout the entire place. At the same time, he removed the force field restriction on the others, but still kept Li Datian and the golden wolf spider under control. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. They suddenly turned their heads and stared at Li Datian. It turned out that he was the one who triggered the Beast Tide. This kind of person deserved to be punished. Many beast tamers clenched their fists, wishing they could go up and beat this hateful E-grade beast tamer, Li Datian, to death. In the city lord's mansion, Li Datian's pupils suddenly contracted when he heard Wu Ming's analysis. However, when he recalled the threat of the mastermind behind this matter, he suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes, I did all of this. Wu Ming, you are very smart to have realized this. I admit my guilt. If you have the guts, then kill me." Ha 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 ha. Li Datian laughed bitterly. He did not dare to say who the mastermind was, because the mastermind was using his entire family as a threat. If he revealed who the mastermind was tonight, then his family in the East Sea City would not be able to survive. Wu Ming slowly approached Li Datian and whispered into his ear, "I just found out. Your entire family is in the East Sea City. So, it was the Pang family, one of the 4 major families in the East Sea City, who asked you to do this. Am I right?" Li Datian's expression changed drastically. Although he tried his best to hide his emotions, Wu Ming still sensed it. "Just as I thought. I admit, you were a little pitiful. However, no matter what the reason was, you caused the Beast Tide to hit Wuyuan City and caused the city to suffer heavy losses. In the end, you even attacked me. Only death awaits you." As he finished speaking, Wu Ming swung the B-grade ion sword in his hand and killed Li Datian. At the same time, he cut the E-grade golden wolf spider in half. "Let's go." Wu Ming carried the sleeping ape elf cub and left the mayor's mansion under the horrified gazes of many beast tamers. Wu Ming, why did you kill Li Datian? I wanted to interrogate him with torture." The old mayor of Wuyuan City chased after him. Under the bright moonlight, Wu Ming stepped on the black fog and stood in the air. He looked back at the old mayor and said, "That was just a chess piece. The real threat came from a certain family in the East Sea City, but it's better if you don't know who it is." With that said, Wu Ming left as fast as he could. The old mayor of Wuyuan City wanted to go after him, but on second thought, he decided to stay in a mansion and not go out. Chapter 399. In midair, Wu Ming was thinking about tonight's incident with a serious face. Previously, Wu Ming had noticed the aura of East Sea City's Pang family on Li Datian through his eye of insight. He also knew that Li Datian's family lived in East Sea City. Therefore, Wu Ming guessed that the reason for tonight's Beast Tide outbreak must be because the Pang family threatened Li Datian to take away the ape-man's cub. By doing so, The beast tide could destroy Wuyuan City. Finally, it would weaken the power of Garan Castle. After all, Wuyuan City was in the process of relocating and would soon be fully integrated into Garan Castle, becoming Wu Ming's subordinate force. The one who didn't want to see this scene the most was, of course, the Pang family from EC City. What a great Pang family. When I have time, I must go to EC City to meet you guys. I want to see how much strength the Pang family has without the old master. Wu Ming's expression was indifferent. 10 minutes later, in the dark elf canyon, Wu Ming landed on the ground and placed the unconscious ape-man's cub on the ground, attracting a concerned blue gaze from the darkness. My child. The B-grade ape-man sprinted out and hugged its cub. After confirming that its cub was not in danger, it heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the ape-man looked at Wu Ming. Why did you help me? The ape-man asked. In its view, humans and beasts were mortal enemies. Once they met, a war would break out. This man in front of it actually helped it find its cub, which was completely different from other humans. This made the ape-man elves very puzzled. Wu Ming sat on a stone and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Only then did he realize that it was already the latter half of the night and time to sleep. I don't know. Wu Ming said, my subconscious tells me that you guys shouldn't be enemies. Maybe we could try to be friends. All of the above were Wu Ming's lies. The reason why he said so was purely because through the eye of insight, he knew that the ape-man had always been aloof from worldly affairs. The reason why they started the beast tide was because their cub was taken away by humans. Friends? The ape-man elf shook its head. Humans and dire beasts can never be friends. Hearing this, Wu Ming smiled and did not continue. Leave, human. The ape-man elf hugged her child tightly. However, you saved my child. Before you leave, I can give you something as a thank you gift. As it spoke, it ran towards its own cave. Wu Ming did not leave. 5 minutes later, the ape-man elf was holding its cub, dragging a 1-meter-long clam shell in its hand. Seeing this scene, Wu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. How can there be such a big clam shell on land? Wu Ming hurriedly asked. It was caught from the sea a long time ago. The ape-man elf's speech was becoming more and more fluent. He hurriedly used his hands to open the huge clamshell, revealing the things inside. Wu Ming looked at it and was immediately surprised. First of all, there was a fist-sized pearl in the shell. It was worth more than 10 million pet coins and had reached Class B. It could be used as a raw material for many evolutionary foods. Apart from the pearl, there were also many gems inside. Those gems were collected by the ape-man elf when it had nothing to do. They were all raw materials for advanced evolutionary foods. This is a thank you gift, the ape-man elf said. Wu Ming nodded and put away the clamshell in the system space. This miraculous method surprised the ape-man elf, as if it were envious. Human, I can tell that you're very strong. Looking at Wu Ming, who turned around and left, the ape-man elf suddenly spoke with fear in its eyes. Wu Ming smiled, but said nothing. He stepped on the mist transformed by the atomic beast and flew to the sky. Soon, he left the elf valley and disappeared into the night. High in the sky, Wu Ming yawned. Ape-man elves, the offspring of the red-haired gorilla and the elves, have high intelligence. In the future, will they evolve into an advanced race like humans? Wu Ming was curious. There was no limit to the evolution of pets and beasts. Anything was possible in the future. Therefore, Wu Ming did not rule out this possibility. It was just that he didn't care about that. In comparison, Wu Ming was more interested in the elves. The place where the ape-man elves live is called the Elf Valley. So are there elves in that place? The more curious Wu Ming was, the more curious he became. Whoosh! He hurried to turn around. He was wrapped in the black mist, and his presence was covered by the atomic beast. He snuck into the Elf Valley and walked inside. Under the bright moonlight, Wu Ming saw everything clearly. At the center of the Elf Valley, he saw a tree that was dozens of meters tall. It was glowing, and some humanoid creatures were resting on the tree. Wu Ming took out his binoculars. On the tree, in front of a building that looked like a bird's nest made of wood, stood a person that was blue all over. It was wearing clothes made of leaves and holding a spear in its hand. Its ears were long and pointed. Its green hair was tied in braids and hung down casually. He quietly opened the insightful eye. Name, Shibe, race, Smuff, level, remarks, a rare species of Smuff. It has high intelligence and has mastered many languages such as Elven, Human, and Beast. It has Smuff characters and stands aloof from worldly affairs. Seeing this, Wu Ming's pupils shrank. It's really an elf. He took a deep breath and felt that he had made the right choice. After looking around, Wu Ming found that the cave where the ape-man elves lived was dozens of kilometers away from here. It was relatively far away. In addition, the trees nearby were very tall. The elves' nests were built on trees, so it was difficult to be discovered. So, how did the ape-men and elves breed the ape-man elves? Isn't there a reproductive isolation between different species? Wu Ming felt that it was very strange. He took the binoculars and continued to secretly observe the surroundings. Finally, in the center of the Elf Valley, in the dense forest with an average height of more than 50 meters, he found a dozen tree nests. Each tree nest was 3 meters in diameter. It wasn't very big, but there were several Smurfs living inside. In total, there were more than 100 Smurfs here. It was considered a small Smurf tribe. These Smurfs don't seem to be big. Wu Ming continued to observe. An adult Smurf was about 5 meters tall, thin, and small. They were more agile than monkeys and could jump from tree to tree. They were good at escaping. 1 Class C, 3 Class D, more than a dozen Class E, and the rest are all Class F. This Smurf tribe is very strong. If it weren't for the fact that they stand aloof from worldly affairs, they would have been able to conquer an average city like Wuyuan City. Wu Ming continued to gather information about the Smurfs. He was very interested in this race that could communicate freely with humans. He remembered that he had been planning to build an entertainment center for pets. He had many ideas. Smurfs stand aloof from worldly affairs. I wonder if they are suitable as psychological counselors for pets. Wu Ming was in deep thought. Chapter 400. This was Wu Ming's idea. The Smurfs were aloof from worldly affairs and had a good personality. They could speak the official languages of humans, elves, and beasts. They were natural-born masters of diplomacy. Of course, Su Ping had to try his best to recruit such a race. If they could join Garan Castle, of course, it would be a good thing. I have to go back and find out what the Smurfs like. Then, I'll find a time to visit them. Wu Ming grinned. Whoosh. He flew away on the demon atomic beast. 15 minutes later, he was back at Nanwen Street in Garan Castle. It was already after midnight. Garan Castle was still brightly lit, but most people were asleep. The lights in the pet store were still on. Wu Ming looked through the glass door and saw Wang Chulu sitting on the couch, looking outside as if she was waiting for something. Her eyes glowed when she saw Wu Ming. "Boss, you're finally back." Wang Chulu rushed out, without even taking off her high heels, and threw herself into Wu Ming's arms. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Wu Ming hugged Wang Chulu and kissed her sexy red lips. Then he smiled. "You didn't wait until now after the dinner party, did you?" "Of course." Wang Chulu nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Wu Ming rubbed Wang Chulu's hair lovingly and then took her into the pet store. Half an hour later, on the second floor of the pet store, Wu Ming looked at Wang Chulu, who had changed in her pajamas. He smiled and turned off the lights in the bedroom. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up. He sat in front of the computer and searched for all the information about the Smurfs. He sorted it out and memorized it all with his photographic memory. After half an hour of sifting, he obtained some important information. He couldn't help but smile. First of all, the Smurfs liked peace. Second of all, the Smurfs liked fruit, especially a special product called sugar dragon fruit. This fruit was similar in appearance to the ordinary dragon fruit, but there was a thumb-sized core inside. It was very sweet, and the Smurfs liked to use it to make wine. Who would reject a group of Smurfs who can make wine? Wu Ming laughed. Thirdly, Smurfs liked blue crystals. Legend has it that when Smurfs proposed, they would usually give the other party a hand-polished blue crystal to express their love for the other party. If a different race gave a blue crystal to the Smurfs, it was a sign of peace and friendship. I remember I have this kind of gem. Wu Ming opened the system space and took out a blue gem the size of a fist. It was crystal clear and pure. It was a precious blue crystal. This was obtained in the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. At that time, he, Wan Xiu, Huang Samba, Zhang Oqian, and the others had formed a team of 7 to enter the deep Heaven Canyon to search for medicinal herbs. In the end, they had fought their way to the deepest part of the canyon. In the black pterosaur's nest, there were many gems. Among them, there were several similar blue crystals. He should be able to gain the Smurf's trust. Wu Ming went on with his analysis. Fourthly, Smurfs like a special herb called dragon's tongue. It looks like a dragon's tongue and is fiery red in color. If you plant it in the Smurf's bedroom, it can keep them full of energy every day. Fifthly, Wu Ming kept on analyzing. By noon, he had sorted out 10 important pieces of information that could be used to make friends with the Smurfs. He also asked Wang Chulu to spend a lot of money to buy the items mentioned above. Last one, Smurfs don't like to move around during the day. Usually, they will leave the nest at dusk to look for food. They will only return to the nest at around 10 p.m. Therefore, the best time to visit them is between 9:30 p.m. and 10 p.m. because they will be praying in front of the altar at that time. It is the best time to visit them. Wu Ming looked at the street and recalled these important points. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sir, everything you want is here. Wang Chulu dragged a suitcase into the pet store. She was so tired that she sat down on the couch and wrapped her arms around Wu Ming's waist. Thank you for your hard work, Lulu. Wu Ming rewarded her with a sweet kiss. Then, the two of them had a warm, candlelit dinner. 8 o'clock at night. Wu Ming checked the things in the suitcase. After making sure that there were no problems, he took out a bamboo basket and put everything in it. Then, he left the pet store. Smurfs like natural things. Therefore, it's better for me to use a bamboo basket to store things like the ambergris and the blue crystal. It's easier for me to get their approval. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Ming was about to leave the Garan castle. Wu Ming. A coquettish voice rang out on the street. Wu Ming looked back and saw a beautiful girl in a white shirt and a knee-length skirt walking slowly toward him. Her red high heels made her look very domineering. She was Ms. Lanner. Hello, Wu Ming. My name is Li Lan. Ms. Lanner walked to Wu Ming and reached out her slender and fair hand from 1 meter away. So, Ms. Lanner's name is Li Lan. Wu Ming reached out and shook Ms. Lanner's hand. He could feel her gentleness and delicateness. I came uninvited tonight. Please forgive me. Ms. Lanner smiled, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks. Is there anything I can help you with, Ms. Lanner? Wu Ming asked. I'm here for a walk tonight. When I saw you, I wanted to say hello, Li Lan said with a smile. Haha, I see. Wu Ming nodded. In that case, I won't disturb you. Li Lan looked at the bamboo basket Wu Ming was carrying because there was a cover made of bamboo strips on it. Therefore, she couldn't see what was inside. Okay, I have to go. Wu Ming nodded. He stepped on a black mist and rose into the air under the envious eyes of the people around him. He disappeared in the vast night. What is he going to do? Li Lan looked in the direction Wu Ming disappeared. She was very curious, but this was his privacy. She didn't dare to ask, because it would be impolite to do so. In the sky, Wu Ming flew slowly. He wasn't in a hurry at all. 9:30 p.m. He arrived at the Elf Canyon on time and came to the dense primeval forest with an average height of more than 50 meters. On the ground, there was a small hill here. It was about 30 meters high and was covered by green trees. On the top of the hill, there was a small pool built with stones. Water gurgled from the spring and flowed along the passage to the pool at the bottom of the hill. This pool was the so-called Elven Altar. At this moment, more than 180 Smurfs were half kneeling on the short hill, praying to the elf altar that was constantly flowing out. Ancient Lamadoji, among the Smurfs, the only sea-level elf leader crossed his arms in front of his chest and prayed in elf language. What a strange language. Wu Ming knew a little about it. He didn't disturb the Smurfs' prayer ceremony because it was impolite. Instead, he landed on the ground and waited quietly. Chapter 4:01. 10 o'clock at night. The Smurfs' daily prayers finally ended. The leader of the Smurfs slowly stood up and turned around. He was about to walk down the hill when he suddenly saw a tall human youth standing under a big tree dozens of meters away. He was stunned. "Who are you?" The leader of the Smurfs came back to his senses and asked loudly. This was the territory of the Smurfs. They didn't like creatures other than the Smurfs coming in, unless the other party became a friend of the Smurfs. "It's a human. He looks very tall and handsome." The other Smurfs saw Wu Ming and started discussing. Wu Ming glanced around and saw the female Smurf, Shibei, who he had observed with binoculars before. He found that she was supporting the leader of the Smurfs and walking down the hill. "Human, are you lost?" Shibei asked Wu Ming. As she was only 5 meters tall, she could only look up. Wu Ming looked at Shibei and said, "My name is Wu Ming. I'm here tonight to visit you." After saying that, he opened the lid of the bamboo basket. Blue crystals, tequila, sugar dragon fruit, and many other precious things appeared in front of the Smurfs. "Wow, it's tequila and the delicious sugar dragon fruit. I can't believe I saw such a large piece of blue crystal. If I can get 1/10 of it and polish it, I'll definitely win Shibei's heart." The Smurfs started a heated discussion. They were very interested in the things that Wu Ming brought. Wu Ming pointed at the things in the bamboo basket and said softly, "These things are for you. Take it as a greeting gift." There was a smile on his face. Wow, the Smurfs were excited. In their opinion, someone who could take out these things was definitely a friend of the Smurfs and worth making friends with. However, Shibei and the leader of the Smurfs looked at each other and saw the worry and suspicion in each other's eyes. In their opinion, Wu Ming's arrival was too sudden. However, since he brought such a large piece of blue crystal, it meant that he really wanted to make friends with the Smurfs. Their serious expressions gradually eased. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, there was the sound of feet stepping on fallen leaves in the forest. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure passing through the forest and entering the territory of the Smurfs. The figure landed precisely in front of the Smurf leader. Seeing Wu Ming, the visitor couldn't help but be stunned. "It's you." The newcomer was none other than an ape elf. She was holding a cub and was surprised to see Wu Ming. "Why are you here?" Wu Ming was also very curious. "My family is here. Isn't it normal for me to come here?" The ape elf asked Wu Ming. "But you, stranger, what are you doing here? You know each other?" The Smurf leader looked at the ape elf and Wu Ming with a confused expression. "Mother, my child was kidnapped by a human beast tamer yesterday. He was the one who saved my child," the ape-man elf explained to the leader of the Smurfs. "Is that so?" The leader of the Smurfs was surprised and said, "So, he is your benefactor. How can you talk to him in such a cold tone? He is a friend." After being scolded by the leader of the Smurfs, the ape-man elf lowered her head like a child who knew she had made a mistake. "Mother, I was rude." The ape-man elf took out a blue crystal. "I just found this today and brought it especially for you, Mother." After putting down the blue crystal, the ape-man elf was too embarrassed to stay any longer and immediately left with her cub. "Rest early," the leader of the Smurfs reminded and looked at Wu Ming. At this moment, Wu Ming was already dumbfounded. The leader of the Smurfs was actually the mother of the ape-man elf? Oh my God! Could it be that an ape-man and the leader of the Smurfs got together and finally gave birth to an ape-man elf? So, they broke through the reproductive isolation? This was too unbelievable. Could this be the magical part of the pet world? At this moment, the leader of the Smurfs smiled and asked, "Human, my name is Sia. What is your name?" In Sia's view, the man in front of her had helped the ape-man elf find her child. Tonight, he had also brought the Smurfs' favorite candy dragon fruit, blue crystal, tequila, and other treasures that symbolized peace and friendship. This was enough to show his sincerity. The Smurfs recognized this friend. "My name is Wu Ming, the Lord of Garan Castle." Wu Ming introduced himself. "Tonight, I came here with sincerity to make friends with you. We recognize you as a friend." The leader of the Smurfs, Sia, nodded and ordered Shibei, who was beside her, send the guest to the living room. "Yes." Shibei nodded and walked to Wu Ming's side. She stretched out her hand to him. Hold my wrist. Okay. Wu Ming held Shi Bei's wrist and found that her wrist was very thin, like that of a teenage girl. The Smurfs are indeed too small. Although Shi Bei is already over 20 years old, she looks like a teenage girl. She's relatively thin and small. Wu Ming muttered in his heart. He grabbed Shi Bei's hand and walked along the wooden stairs tied to the tree. They walked to the top of the tree, which was dozens of meters high, and entered a spherical wooden nest with a diameter of 3 meters. This was the living room of the Smurfs. Please wait a moment, Shi Bei said, and left the living room. Wu Ming sat in the living room of the Smurfs. He looked left and right and found that the interior was very beautiful. The floor was woven with wrought tan, and it was very comfortable to sit on it. As for the walls, they were also paved with wrought tan plates, and some crystals were hung on them. It looked very unique. Guest, you have waited for a long time. A few minutes later, the leader of the Smurfs, Sia, walked in holding Shi Bei's hand and sat in the middle of the living room. She used a shell to hold a light blue water and handed it to Wu Ming. This is the blueberry juice of the Smurfs, Shi Bei explained. Thank you. Wu Ming took the blueberry juice from the shell and drank a mouthful. He found that the taste was sweet and sour, and it was very delicious. Friend, thank you for the gift. Sia expressed her gratitude to Wu Ming on behalf of the entire Smurf family. The blue crystal he gave was priceless. It could promote the early marriage of the younger generation of the Smurfs. As for the tequila and the sugar hard dragon fruit, they both had seeds and could be used to cultivate new varieties. For the Smurfs, this gift was very valuable. In Sia's eyes, Wu Ming was already a distinguished guest. You're welcome. I came here this time mainly to make friends. Those gifts are just a small token of my appreciation. In our Garan castle, there are still many tequila and sugar heart dragon fruit. Wu Ming said this deliberately. As expected, when she heard that there were many tequila and sugar hard dragon fruit in the Garan castle, the leader of the Smurfs, Sia's eyes widened and shone. Shi Bei, who was on the side, was also full of excitement. Her favorite thing to eat was the sugar hard dragon fruit. When she heard that there were many more in the Garan castle, she couldn't help but ask, Wu Ming, can you sell them to us? Yes, but I have a small request, but I don't know if you will agree. Wu Ming took the opportunity to cut to the chase. Chapter 402. Wu Ming deliberately used the word request to sound more tactful and sincere. As expected, seeing that Wu Ming was so polite and had brought so many precious gifts, Shi Bei lowered her vigilance to the lowest. She asked, Wu Ming, what's your request? The leader of the Smurfs, Sia, frowned slightly. She felt that Wu Ming's request might be a bit abrupt. However, since Wu Ming had brought so many gifts, he couldn't be a bad person. Sia chose to wait for Wu Ming to tell her his purpose. Wu Ming looked at Shi Bei, who was young and beautiful and easy to fool, and said softly, I want to invite you to Garan Castle. He didn't say you, because Wu Ming knew that it was impossible to invite the entire Smurf race to Garan Castle. This was their hometown. How could they move just because of some gifts? However, inviting a few Smurfs would be enough. He just needed to bring 1 or 2 Smurfs to Garan Castle first. After they got familiar with each other, he didn't believe that they wouldn't send more Smurfs. You wanted to go to Garan Castle? Why? Shi Bei spread her hands. I've never thought about leaving the Elf Valley. Sia also felt that it was inappropriate. Wu Ming, we Smurfs have been living in the Elf Valley for generations. We don't want to leave. Forgive us for not agreeing to your request. Wu Ming had expected this. He had done his homework. He knew that Smurfs were timid and didn't like to go out. Therefore, Wu Ming didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Actually, I just want to invite Miss Shi Bei to take a look at Garan Castle. We're building a new defense circle and expanding the Pet Academy. We need a smart think tank like you Smurfs to give us some pointers. Wu Ming began to bluff. Is that so? Shi Bei was curious about the defense circle. She wanted to know what it was. The leader of the Smurfs, Sia, was more concerned about the Pet Academy. She asked, what does the Pet Academy do? Seeing that she was interested, Wu Ming was secretly pleased. The Pet Academy is a place where pets and beast tamers study together. There will be many pets here. Pets are our friends. Sometimes they may have some psychological problems, such as depression, sadness, anger, and so on. So, I would like you to help us enlighten them. Wu Ming cut to the chase without leaving a trace. So, it's for psychological counseling. Sia nodded. We Smurfs are very good at this. You've come to the right person to look for us. Sibei also said, my favorite thing is to comfort the sad little animals in the Elf Valley. Seeing them happy makes me happy too. But we humans are not good at this. As a result, many pets have emotional problems. I'm here to ask for your advice. Wu Ming gave him another dose of strong medicine. As their conversation deepened, Wu Ming realized that Bei and she were gradually becoming interested in this job. Why don't I go to the Garan Castle? Bei blurted out. No, it's too dangerous. She shook her head. I don't trust you to go out alone. Wu Ming took the opportunity to say, I am the lord of the Garan Castle. I'm the most powerful person there. Everyone listens to me. Bei, if you go with me, I can protect you. The lord of the Garan Castle? Then, are you the king of the elf world? Bei's eyes were shining with admiration. Ha, you can say that. Wu Ming nodded. Although she didn't want to let go of the Smurfs, Bei was already very interested. The plan to take the Smurfs away was close to success. Leader, why don't you let me go out and take a look? I can tell you what's going on in the outside world. Bei grabbed Xia's arm and shook it playfully. I'm still worried about your safety. Xia shook her head. Seeing this, Wu Ming smiled. I have a type of armor here called the second-generation dark gold armor. After wearing it, your defense is very strong. Bei, you could try it. With it, your safety won't be a problem. Wu Ming took out a dark gold ball the size of a fist. This was a set of second-generation dark gold armor that had not been used yet. This is armor? Xia and Bei pointed at the ball, their eyes full of curiosity. They couldn't help but poke it with their hands. You could try to get it to recognize you as its master. Then, I'll tell you how to use this dark gold armor. Wu Ming said, Okay, I'll try. Bei nodded. She sat at the side and watched curiously. Before recognizing you as its master, you need to use your blood for genetic verification. So, you need to use a drop of your blood. Wu Ming began to explain. Bei was a little worried at first. However, she was very curious and chose to listen to Wu Ming's instructions. She used the spikes on the surface of the dark gold armor ball to prick her finger, and light blue blood flowed out. Smurf skin is blue, and their blood is blue too. Seeing this, Wu Ming's eyes widened. I feel it. As Bei completed the binding, she felt a connection with the dark gold armor. According to Wu Ming's explanation, she quickly completed the control and began to put it on. The next moment, under Sia's shocked gaze, the spherical dark golden armor quickly covered Bei's body like quicksand, forming a tight, close-fitting battle armor. Wow, this is amazing! Bei grabbed a blue knife and tried to cut open the dark gold armor, but she realized that she couldn't do it. This armor's defense was very strong. Leader, I feel that even you can't break my defense. Bei stood in place with her hands on her hips, looking very lively. I don't believe it. She was skeptical. She stretched out her hand, and a blue water droplet condensed on her fingertip. With a whoosh, it flew out at high speed and hit Bei's shoulder. Bang! The blue water droplet quickly shattered, and Bei was also sent flying. Her shoulder was still bright and beautiful. The Smurf leader Xia's eyes were filled with surprise. That attack just now was at least as strong as a Class D, but it couldn't break the armor. She felt that it was very strange. The dark gold armor's defense against cutting is very strong. Even a Class A can't break it. You can rest assured about this, Wu Ming said. Really? She still didn't believe it. She raised the attack strength of the blue water droplet to Class C, and it sent Bei flying and landing on the ground. Bei. She was shocked and quickly jumped down. However, she found that Bei had already gotten up from the ground and removed the armor on her face, smiling. Leader, I'm fine, she said. Seeing this, she was shocked. It could even block a Class C blue water droplet. This dark gold armor could indeed ensure Shibei's safety. Since there's no problem with the armor, you can go to Garan Castle with H.E. Wuming. But remember, you must not expose your identity as a Smurf. She reminded her seriously. The Smurfs stood aloof from worldly affairs and didn't want others to know about their existence. Therefore, even if they went out, they had to keep it a secret. Okay. Shibei was so happy that she jumped up. Wuming walked out of the Smurfs' living room. When he heard this conversation, the corners of his mouth curled up. Success. He was very happy. He had successfully taken away his Smurf without using force. This showed that his taming ability was very strong. This was something to be proud of. Chapter 403. Hey, Wuming, please let me talk to Shibei. After this is over, she will go to the Garan Castle with you. Sia turned around and said to Wuming, Okay, then I'll wait outside the Elf Canyon. Wuming nodded. Okay. Sia nodded. Wuming slowly walked out of the Elf Canyon. After leaving the elven primeval forest, he rose into the air and stood on a huge rock to wait. Inside the Smurfs' living room, Leader Sia grabbed Shibei's little hand and said earnestly, Shibei, we are elves. We are different from humans. Don't expose your identity, okay? Shibei nodded. Yes, I know. Sia continued. Also, most humans are sinister and cunning. Don't be fooled by their sugar-coated bullets. Only people like H.E. Wuming are reliable. Shibei nodded. Sia continued. Also, we are elves. Humans will definitely want to catch you as a pet, but we Smurfs are a noble race. Normal methods won't allow us to recognize you as a master. So, when you're caught, don't be afraid. You just have to stay calm and resist. In this way, even a rank A trainer might not be able to tame you. Only when you meet someone you like can you sign an equal pet agreement with him or her. At that time, you will be partners for life. However, partners must be loyal, righteous, united, and friendly. You can't just find a random partner. Shibei, do you understand? Sia's eyes were full of seriousness. I understand. Shibei nodded and opened her big eyes. She looked cute and obedient. Okay, then pack your things and enter the city with H.E. Wuming. Sia rubbed Shibei's little head. Okay. Shibei nodded. After leaving the hall, she returned to her room. Shibei said goodbye to her parents and covered herself with a cloak. She picked up a 2-meter-long sky blue spear, some dry food and local specialties, and ran out of the Elf Canyon. Outside the Elf Canyon, Wuming sat on a rock. Right now, he was wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, a pair of casual pants, and a pair of blue sneakers. He looked very sporty. It seemed that he was not wearing any armor. But in fact, the third-generation dragon-scale armor was only tightly attached to the skin, and it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. Only with a microscope could one see that Wuming was wearing armor. Under such circumstances, the armor's defensive capabilities were not very strong. However, it wouldn't be a problem to defend against ordinary dangers. If there was an emergency, Wuming could make the third-generation dragon-scale armor appear in 0.01 seconds and increase its defense to the maximum to ensure that he would not be in danger. H.E. Wuming, I'm here. At this moment, Shibei carried the blue spear and walked to his side. Then let's get ready to go to Garan Castle. Wuming's eyes were full of smiles. H.E. Wuming, you came here alone without a human combat suit. Aren't you afraid of danger? Shibei looked at Wuming and asked. I think this shows that I'm more sincere. Wuming said. When he first entered the Elf Canyon, he was dressed like this and did not reveal the third-generation dragon-scale armor. His main purpose was to show his sincerity. He came here alone. He did not wear a combat suit, did not bring a large army, and did not use his power to oppress others. Instead, he brought a precious gift. It was because Wuming had considered all aspects, and he had saved the baby of the ape elves that he gave the Smurf leader Sia a perfect first impression. This time, he was able to bring Shibei out. On the surface, it seemed that Shibei wanted to go to the outside world, but the key was that Sia let him go. As the leader of the Smurfs, Sia had the highest decision-making power. If she did not agree, Shibei would not have come out. Why are you wearing a cloak? Wu Ming looked at Shibei and found that she was still using a black cloth to cover her face, only revealing two strange blue eyes. For safety, Shibei treated Wu Ming as a sincere friend, so she did not guard against him and told him the truth. Leader Sia said that the humans outside have always wanted to take us as pets. They are very annoying. I have to be careful and not let people know that I'm a Smurf. Hearing this, Wu Ming understood. The Smurf leader Sia was indeed very cautious. No wonder they were so difficult to be discovered. It turned out that they knew how to disguise themselves when they came out. You're wearing the dark gold armor. It could be your last layer of protection. Even if the cloak falls off, you will not be recognized as a Smurf in the armor. Really? Of course. I made the dark gold armor myself. Its defensive effect is very strong, and it can also be used as a disguise. You made it? That's amazing. Yes, how do you feel? It's okay, right? The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they were far away from the Elf Canyon and headed toward Garan Castle, which was a few hundred kilometers away. Elf Canyon. The Smurf leader Sia was standing on a tree. Seeing Shibei and Wu Ming walking away, her eyes showed a hint of worry. Beside her stood the ape-man elf. After a while, Sia turned her head and asked the ape-man elf, "Is Wu Ming really a beast tamer above B-level?" "Yes, I can feel that Wu Ming is very dangerous. He is at least a B-level beast tamer. Fortunately, he is not an enemy." The ape-man elf nodded with a serious expression. So, Shibei should not be in danger with him. Sia Bei heaved a sigh of relief. If Wu Ming was a B-level beast tamer, he could have captured all the Smurfs directly. However, he did not. Instead, he came with gifts, which showed his sincerity. Such people could indeed become friends. Under the night sky, Wu Ming and Shibei were walking. "Do you like to walk?" Wu Ming looked in the direction of Garan Castle. As there was a mountain range in front, he could only see the sky on the other side of the mountain. "I can't fly. Of course I can only walk." Shibei told him the truth. "I have a pet beast companion. It is called the Demon Atomic Beast. It could take us to fly. Do you want to try flying?" Wu Ming asked. "Really?" Shibei's eyes lit up. "Come out, Demon Atomic Beast." Wu Ming shook his left hand. The black bracelet on his wrist turned into a mist and lifted him up. "It can really fly." Shibei covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. "Hold my hand." Wu Ming extended his hand to Shibei. Shibei hesitated for a moment and held his hand tightly. Feeling the warmth from Wu Ming's broad palm, Shibei could not help but blush. "Take off," Wu Ming reminded her. The Demon Atomic Beast immediately took Wu Ming into the air and flew higher and higher. "Wow, we are really flying," Shibei screamed. Then she hugged Wu Ming's waist tightly. She was so scared that she did not dare to open her eyes. Chapter 404. Don't be afraid. Wu Ming patted Shibei's back. A few minutes later, they arrived at an altitude of 1,000 meters and flew at a steady speed. The wind blowing past their ears was loud. However, because the flight was stable, Shibei didn't feel any discomfort. Finally, she tried to open her eyes and looked at the unique and magnificent night view below. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. So, this is what flying feels like. It's so exciting. Shibei was overjoyed. Since she was a classy beast, she was strong in all aspects. After overcoming the psychological barrier, she soon adapted to the feeling of flying at a high altitude. Over time, she found that she enjoyed it very much. "Flying is not difficult," Wu Ming said. "Flying is actually leaving the ground and enjoying the caress of the wind. During this process, you can feel a different life." Shibei hugged Wu Ming's waist tightly. She listened to his explanation and nodded from time to time. The Demon Atomic Beast didn't fly fast. It was as if they were taking a stroll. Bathing in the moonlight, the two of them flew at an altitude of 1,000 meters, enjoying the quiet night. They finally arrived near Garan Castle after midnight. "We're here," Wu Ming reminded her. Shibei hurried to look at the ground. Then, she was deeply shocked. On the ground, A circular city wall with a diameter of over 100 kilometers was being built day and night. The construction site was full of lights. Many pets and large construction machines were helping with the construction. Inside the city wall, bright street lamps were erected on both sides of the new streets, illuminating the city. The streets were crisscrossed, forming many squares. Every square was a building area that was being developed. Some were building industrial areas, some were building residential areas, and some were building commercial areas. Of course, there were also planting areas. Wow, it's so magnificent! Is this the human world? This is the first time I've come to the human world. I've never seen such a prosperous scene. Shibei's face was full of surprise. Wu Ming said, "This is nothing. You haven't seen the more prosperous East Sea City, Beiyuan City, and Nanjiang City. Those are the three central cities of the state of Huaxia. They are very prosperous. Beiyuan City, East Sea City, Nanjiang City." Shibei silently recited the names of these three places, thinking that he would definitely visit them in the future to broaden his horizons. Then, where will I live from now on? Shibei finally remembered where she was going to live from now on. In her opinion, the place where she lived was very likely to be very close to Wu Ming. Wu Ming fell silent. He didn't want Shibei to stay at the pet store. For one thing, it was too crowded there. For another, he often had friendly exchanges with Wang Chulu, Yu Suruo, Su Qianqian, and Diana. It would be inappropriate if Shibei saw them. You live in the Pet Academy. Right, the full name of this academy is the Garan Castle Pet Academy. You can call it the Garan Academy or the Pet Academy for short. After thinking about it, Wu Ming decided to make this arrangement. Where is the Jialan Academy? Is it very far from where you live? Shibei pointed at the street below, looking for the academy. Over there. Wu Ming pointed to the Jialan Academy and added, "I live in the pet store on Nanwen Street. It's here, a few kilometers away from the academy." It doesn't look that far. Shibei looked down from the sky. She was delighted to see that the Jialan Academy was not far away from Nanwen Street. "Let's go down." Wu Ming told the atomic beast to descend. 5 minutes later, they landed in front of the Jialan Academy. Since Wu Ming was the honorary principal of the Jialan Academy, everyone here knew him. In less than 10 minutes, the security guards showed them to the dormitory area of the academy. There were suites for the instructors to live in. Instructors, vice principals, and principals could live in private villas of the academy, which were very comfortable. "You can stay here for now." Wu Ming went to the suite 032 that was specially arranged for Shibei. He opened the door and pointed at the furnishings inside. Beds, sofas, wardrobes, washrooms, everything was there. Is this something that humans use? Heavens, it can actually come out of the water by itself. Shibei had never left the Spirit Canyon in her life. At this moment, she was lying on the sink, looking at the light-sensitive faucet that flowed by itself. It was very novel. This is called a faucet. This is a television. You can watch programs from all over the world. When you are free, you can learn about the world through this. This is a phone. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and patiently explained. Shibei was very curious about the things in the human world. She was already an adult and had a high IQ. She learned things very quickly. Dawn. Shibei had already grasped some basic knowledge. Because he was hungry, Wu Ming brought Shibei to the back street of the Jialan Academy. They ordered 2 barbecue dishes and a bottle of coconut milk tea. Heavens, it's too delicious. Shibei walked outside, still wearing her cloak. When she ate, she used one hand to cover her face. Only then did she dare to take off her scarf and eat heartily. Delicious, really delicious. Shibei ate the barbecue skewers and drank the milk tea with a blissful expression. She felt that leaving the Spirit Canyon was the right choice. Otherwise, she would never be able to eat such delicious food in her life. There are better things than this. Wu Ming smiled. He felt that Shibei was like a child who came out of a mountain village. She was ignorant, and her heart was filled with curiosity about the outside world. There are better things. Shibei's eyes widened. 10 minutes later, in front of an ice cream shop, Shibei held a large ice cream stick in each hand and kept licking it. She felt that the taste was too good. It would be even better if I added the sugar-core dragon fruit, Shibei said emotionally. Hearing this, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "If you like, you can use the sugar-core dragon fruit to make your own ice cream." "I can make my own ice cream?" Shibei seemed to have discovered a new continent. Her eyes were shining. "Of course you can. The prerequisite is that you have money to buy the tools and materials." Wu Ming nodded. "Money? What is money?" Shibei was dumbfounded. Wu Ming said, "You could buy many things with money. You can think of it as using money to exchange for other things. It originated from bartering." "How can I get money?" Shibei was intrigued. "Well," Wu Ming rolled his eyes, "you can work as a counselor for pet psychology at the Jialan Academy. You will get money every month." Can I really do that?" Shibei was excited to hear that she could get money. "Of course." Wu Ming smiled. He went to the Smurfs because he wanted them to work as counselors for pets at the Jialan Academy. At the moment, Shibei wanted to make money. This was the perfect opportunity for her to work as a counselor at the Jialan Academy. "Then I will work as a counselor right now. I need to make money now. Then I'll buy a lot of sugar-core dragon fruit." Shibei had a goal to strive for. She began to look forward to the future. Chapter 405. Wu Ming smiled as he looked at Shibei, who was looking forward to the future with her fingers intertwined. His plan had worked. Shibei now had a goal to make money. If she wanted to make money, becoming a special teacher at the Garan Castle Academy was the best way for her to do so. With this goal in mind, it would be difficult for Shibei to leave. Wu Ming believed that, over time, Shibei would be able to integrate herself into life at the Garan Castle. Then, she would be able to bring other Smurfs to the Garan Castle and become a part of it. Wu Ming, when can I make money? I can't wait. I want to make money now." Shibei looked at Wu Ming with glowing eyes. "Don't worry." Wu Ming shook his head. "It's not time yet. I'm a bit sleepy. I'll go back and get some rest. I'll take you to Diana, the dean of the Garan Academy, around 10 a.m. She is the dean of the Garan Academy. Without her permission, you cannot become a special counselor for pet psychology. We'll talk about the salary when we meet her." Wu Ming added a few words. "What salary?" Shibei was confused. "It's how much you can earn every month," Wu Ming explained. "Oh, how much will that be? How many sugar-hard dragon fruits can I buy?" Shibei's interest was piqued. Wu Ming was in deep thought. Sugar-hard dragon fruits were a type of fruit with a high price. Usually, 500 pet coins could be sold for half a kilogram. As a teacher at the Garan Academy, the starting salary would be 200,000 pet coins, which meant that Su Ping could buy 400 sugar-hard dragon fruits. That was more than half a kilogram a day. With that in mind, Wu Ming told Shibei all the information he knew. Half a kilogram. How much is that? Shibei had some general knowledge, but she didn't know much about units of measurement. Of course, she was smart. She could pick up such basic knowledge right away, and it wouldn't take her much time. She could live and learn in human society for half a month, and she would be like a normal person. Wu Ming pointed to a big apple in the fruit store. "About this size." Wu Ming explained, "You can think of it as 1 sugar-core dragon fruit a day, or 3 medium-sized agave plant a day." "Oh my God, so many!" Shibei's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't even notice that the ice cream in her hand had fallen to the ground. 1 sugar-core dragon fruit a day. In the Elf Canyon, this was something unimaginable. Growing up, I've only been able to eat 2 sugar-core dragon fruits every year. If I were to become a teacher at Jialan Institute, I'd be able to eat 1 every day. If I were to spread the news back to Elf Canyon, everyone would definitely be envious of me. The more Sybil spoke, the more excited she became. The ice cream fell. At this time, Shibei found that the ice cream had fallen on the ground. She quickly lay down on the street and was about to lick the ice cream without caring about her image. "I'm gonna faint." The corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched. He hurriedly pulled Shibei back. "It's dirty on the floor. You can't eat it. I'll buy you a new one." "But it's such a pity." Shibei looked pained and wanted to kneel on the ground and lick the ice cream. "It's dirty on the floor. Don't eat it. Also, the ice cream isn't expensive. With your future salary, You can buy a few hundred ice creams a day. Eat as much as you want. Wu Ming reminded her in a different way. Wow, Bei was shocked. A few hundred ice creams a day? Wouldn't she be able to eat to her heart's content? Then, are we just going to leave the stuff on the ground here? What if someone comes and sees it? Bei pointed at the ice cream that was melting on the ground. I'll clean it up. Wu Ming took a broom and a trash spatula from the roadside and swept the ice cream into a nearby trash can. Then, the two walked back to Jialan Institute and rested for a while in Bei's instructor 032 suite. 10 in the morning. Wu Ming brought Bei, who was wearing a cloak, and knocked on the door of the dean's office on the administration building. Ah, it's Wu Ming. Diana smiled when she saw Wu Ming outside the door. She was about to throw herself at him and give him a gentle hug when she noticed Bei, who was standing next to Wu Ming. Wu Ming pointed at Bei and introduced her to Bei. This is Bei. She specializes in counseling pets. I would like to formally recommend her to my dear Dean Diana to be the special counselor for pet psychology at Jialan Institute. It took Diana a moment to come back to her senses. Counselor for pet psychology? She spread her hands. She didn't understand what this position was for. Pets are our companions. As they evolve and become more intelligent, they will have all kinds of psychological problems, such as depression, anger, sadness, low spirits, excessive excitement, and so on. They will need to be treated, Wu Ming explained. Oh, I see. Diana understood. But the pets of the students in the institute don't have similar problems. Is it possible that they don't need it? Yes, Wu Ming said firmly. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. The students have started their classes. Let's go and have a look. Then, we can show Miss Bei what she's capable of. Okay, Diana was interested as well. She was willing to give Bei a chance to prove herself. 10 minutes later, at the teaching building, a class of elementary beast tamers had gathered here. There were 25 of them in total. They were all preparatory beast tamers between the ages of 12 and 15 that had just entered the institute. It's Wu Ming. The arrival of Wu Ming excited all the students in the class. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This is Bei, a psychological counselor for pets. She specializes in psychological issues for the students' pets. Diana pointed at Bei and introduced her to Su Ping, counselor for pet psychology. Everyone present looked at Bei curiously. Bei was a bit timid under everyone's gazes. She was afraid that her identity as a smurf would be exposed. Bei, it's your turn. Remember, don't be afraid. You only need to point out the pet's psychological problems and correct them. Wu Ming patted Bei's shoulder. With Wu Ming's encouragement, Bei stepped forward. She reached out her slim hands, which were wearing black gloves, and pressed them on the head of a bear pet. Her palms were emitting a gentle blue glow. She began to sense. Wow, her palms are glowing. What talent is that? The students were curious. They found Bei's pet miraculous. It could emit a blue glow. But no one knew that Bei didn't have a pet. She was a smurf. Roar. The bear pet that was enveloped by Bei's gentle glow widened its eyes. All of a sudden, tears ran down its cheeks. Zhuang, why are you crying? The owner of the bear pet, a tanned young man with a buzz cut, was surprised. Your pet is homesick. It must have been taken away when it was young and sold to you. Therefore, it has been wanting to see its family. As time went by, it became depressed. Bei explained. The Zhuang's owner remembered something. My dad did buy the Zhuang for me. It wasn't hatched from an egg. Ever since it recognized me as its owner, I often see the Zhuang sitting by the window and looking into the distance. So it's homesick. The Zhuang, don't cry. I'll take you to see your family during the holidays. Okay. The young man hugged the bear pet at once. The bear pet's eyes glowed. It was in a better mood and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chapter 406. That's impressive. Diana watched the entire process and realized that Bei could get the pet's needs. That was a rare ability. She was curious. She asked Wu Ming, Wu Ming, is that the talent of Bei's pet? Wu Ming shook his head, nodded, and then said meaningfully, "You can say that." He couldn't reveal that Shibei was a Smurf yet. He could only announce it when the public recognized the Smurfs. By then, even if the beasts didn't have a master, they would be able to roam freely in Garan Castle as long as they were close to humans and didn't cause trouble. At the moment, such a harmonious scene was hard to come by. But Wu Ming believed that he could create such a harmonious world with the help of the Smurfs and other pets. It might take a lot of time and effort, but it would be worth it as long as he could succeed. Shibei let go of Shibei. The bear was in its master's arms. It missed its family so much. "Sir, don't worry. I will take De Zhuang to its parents and reunite them," the bear's master promised. "Good." Shibei rubbed the bear's head and smiled in satisfaction. "Sir, can you help me check if there's anything wrong with my pet?" "Sir, please check it for me." As Shibei pointed out the bear's psychological problems, the students were intrigued. They wanted to know if their pets had psychological problems as well. If so, they would deal with it in time. "Line up." One by one, Dean Diana waved her hand. The students lined up at once. Seeing this, the corners of Wu Ming's mouth rose slightly. Diana has begun to recognize Shibei's value. It seems that she can stay at the Garan Academy and become an excellent counselor for pet psychology. Wu Ming thought to himself. In the teaching building, Shibei put her hands on the head of a big, orange cat. With a strange look, she said, "This pet is troubled because its owner is too lazy. She doesn't remember to clean the cat's poop every day. That's why it's a bit resentful." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Poop picker, remember to clean the poop. The beast tamer of the big orange cat scratched his head shyly. Next, Shibei continued to investigate. Of course, most of the dozens of pets present didn't have any psychological problems. Even if they did, those were minor problems that could be easily fixed. Everything would be fine as long as he followed Shibei's instructions. He could keep the pets happy. Ta-ta-ta. Right at this moment, a series of footsteps approached, causing everyone to look towards the source of the sound. Hoo-hoo-hoo. An instructor of the academy rushed in with a face full of fear. When he saw Diana and Wu Ming, he hurriedly said, "Presidents, bad news. Just now, one of the pets suddenly went crazy and scratched its beast tamer. Even the students nearby were injured. Fortunately, we worked together and managed to suppress the pet. It didn't cause any more serious harm." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. "Let's go and take a look." Wu Ming made a prompt decision. "Shibei, come here." After saying that, he had already followed behind the tutor and led everyone to the academy's field at the fastest speed possible. There was a coliseum there. The accompanying instructor explained, "We were having a combat class, and an accident happened not long after the class started." "Yes." Wu Ming nodded. He looked over. In the center of the coliseum, a blue pet that looked like a combination of a chinchilla and a house cat was pinned to the ground by several other pets. It couldn't break free and was barking angrily. Many students and instructors were watching. Several students were sitting on the ground with scratches on their bodies. Fortunately, the wounds had been treated and they were fine. "Oh my God, what happened to my little blue cat?" A girl was kneeling on the ground, wiping her tears. Clearly, she was the beast tamer of this pet. Wu Ming looked at this pet. It looked like a combination of a chinchilla and a house cat. It had long blue fur that was 10 centimeters long, which made it look like a hedgehog. But because its fur was soft and smooth, it wouldn't prick people. This was a blue cat. It usually walked upright and was between 30 and 60 centimeters tall. It had a short tail. This pet had always been gentle. But today, the blue cat had lost its mind. Even its master was injured. This was not normal. "Let me take a look." Shibei walked over. Her hands glowed with blue light as she pressed them on the blue cat's head. Her arrival caused everyone to be puzzled. "This is a counselor in charge of pet psychology in our academy. She is in charge of counseling and teaching. Her name is Shibei." Diana introduced Shibei to everyone. Diana was satisfied after witnessing Shibei's abilities. She decided to hire Shibei as a teacher in the academy. Everyone quieted down. They didn't dare to make a sound. They were all watching in silence. wondering how Shibei would comfort this enraged blue cat. I can feel its anger. Shibei began to speak. Its mind is in a mess. But as I recall, blue cats are usually timid, resigned, and lonely. Why is it like this? Even Shibei was puzzled. Everyone listened carefully. They learned a lot about the blue cat and widened their horizons. Hold it down for me. Hold it down. Shibei looked serious, even though no one could see her face, which was covered by a black cloth. I will try to create a spiritual illusion so that I can connect with its spiritual world. Only then can I find the key to the problem. Shibei went on. She sounded very serious. After creating a spiritual illusion, she needed a stable environment. Otherwise, she could easily get a concussion. Wu Ming stepped forward at once. He patted Shibei's shoulder and said gently, I will watch over you in person. Do whatever you want. Okay. Shibei was relieved. She could rest assured as long as Wu Ming was there. Then, Shibei kept her hands on the blue cat's head. The blue light on her hands became more and more dazzling until it enveloped both her and the blue cat. It was as if they had entered an illusion. In this world, there was only water and sky. Shibei's body was illusory, but she was also wearing a cloak. She stepped on the water and walked toward the blue cat that was curled up. The blue cat was in a deep sleep. Many images appeared on the surface of the water. Shibei watched carefully, trying to find the reason why the blue cat had gone mad. 3 minutes later, Shibei made a discovery. This morning, the blue cat and its master were walking on a deserted street. At this time, a ball of wool rolled on the ground. The blue cat found it and played with it. Then, something unexpected happened. A faint red gas suddenly came out of the ball of wool and was inhaled by the blue cat. After a violent cough, the blue cat threw away the ball of wool and caught up with its master. They went to Jialan Institute for combat class. After that, it went mad. So, it inhaled the tyrannical gas. Shibei's expression changed. Chapter 407. Did someone do this on purpose? Shibei didn't think it was right. I think we have to find the ball of wool on the street and find out who did this to find out the truth. She comforted the spiritual body of the sleeping blue cat beast for a few minutes before exiting the spiritual illusion realm. Back in the real world, Shibei's hands released a blue fragrance, which was inhaled by the blue cat. Soon, the effect of the violent energy was removed and the cat calmed down. Woo! Meow! The blue cat beast stopped struggling and even let out a cute cry. Its body curled up into a ball, and its 2 big ears drooped down, as if it was very scared. It's done. Seeing that the blue cat had calmed down, the onlookers knew that the problem had been solved. They cheered. Thank you, Miss Shibei. The blue cat's owner picked it up and bowed to Shibei. You're welcome. Shibei waved her hand, embarrassed. Behind the black cloth, her face was blushing. What happened? Wu Ming walked over to Shibei and asked in a low voice. Wu Ming had seen the blue cat with his insightful eyes and knew that it had become violent because it had inhaled violent energy. But he didn't enter the blue cat's spiritual world, so he didn't know what it had gone through. Shibei turned to Wu Ming. The blue cat has absorbed violent energy. Wow. The onlookers were in an uproar. Violent energy was a kind of harmful chemical. Usually, after a beast died, its brain tissue would be decomposed by a special kind of fungus. It was a light red color that could make a pet lose its mind. A teacher looked at the blue cat's owner and said seriously, You're too careless. How could you let the blue cat get close to a beast that had died a long time ago? The blue cat must have inhaled the violent energy at that time. Sir, I didn't. The blue cat's owner shook her head. I've been in the city all this time. I've never seen a dead beast. That teacher pulled a long face. Children should be honest. How could you lie at a time like this? She's not lying, Shibei said. I used the illusion and saw the truth. His words caused the whole place to fall silent. Everyone looked at Shibei, waiting for him to continue. The blue cat beast and its master passed by a deserted street. There was a ball of wool there. The blue cat beast was very curious and played with the ball of wool. Then, it inhaled the tyrannical air that came out from it. Shibei used language to reconstruct this scene. When the people present heard this, their expressions changed greatly. How could there be tyranny in the ball of wool? This was done by someone, right? So, was this a conspiracy? The instructors present were all adults with rich experience. They quickly guessed the conspiracy behind this matter. Let's check that street. At this moment, Wu Ming spoke. He looked at the owner of the blue cat beast, squatted down, and asked gently, "What's your name?" "Director Wu. My name is Lin Cece." The young girl hugged the blue cat beast and was a little timid. After saying that, she pursed her lips tightly. "Take us to the crime scene. It's the street where you and the blue cat beast passed by this morning," Wu Ming said. "Well, okay." Lin Cece was very cooperative. "Let's go." Wu Ming led Shibei, Diana, and a few other instructors to protect Lin Cece and the blue cat beast. They walked to the street a few kilometers away. Half an hour later, in a dry, deserted street, on both sides of the street were three-story old buildings. There was basically no one living in this area. It was eerily quiet. "The ball of wool is gone." Shibei looked at the street and pointed at a spot near the wall. "When I was looking at the blue cat beast's memory, the ball of wool ended up here." Wu Ming looked around. There were no signs of cleaning on this street. The ball of wool was not swept away by the sanitation. Moreover, the sanitation rarely cleaned after 10 in the morning. They usually worked in the wee hours of the morning. Therefore, the ball of wool could only have been picked up by someone. Is someone trying to start a riot? But if they have tyrannical air, why not use it in large quantities? Wu Ming fell into deep thought. Wu Ming, have you found anything? At this moment, Diana asked Wu Ming. "Not yet. The murderer has wiped away all traces of the crime scene. We can't go on." Wu Ming shook his head. "Let's go back to the academy." 3 minutes later, everyone left the scene. Another minute passed. A window on the third floor of an old building opened a crack. Light shone in through the crack and fell on a face with a scar and stubble. "Ha ha ha." The man behind the window grinned hideously. He closed the window and left quickly with a ball of wool. Half an hour later, west of the Garan Castle, in a secret underground room of a manor, the man with the scar and the stubble said to the man in front of him, "Sir, the night is very strong. Sir, it seems that the effect of the tyrannical aura is very good." Even Wu Ming and Diana personally came to the scene to investigate. It seems to be very effective. He was waiting on the street to make sure that the academy wouldn't go there. The possibility of a pet going berserk was small. The most likely possibility was that the pet had inhaled tyrannical air. Scarface believed that the teachers of the Garan Academy were all experienced. They would have noticed this. Then, they would check on Lin Cece and the blue cat beast. They would be able to find something wrong with the ball of wool on the street. Therefore, Scarface had been waiting there. Things were going as he expected. Not only had the teachers gone to that street, but Diana and Wu Ming had also shown up. Good. It seems that the tyrannical aura has already alerted Diana and made her start to be alarmed. And this is the beginning of our plan. The middle-aged man, known as Sir, laughed. He was sitting in his chair. He was middle-aged and had put on weight. He was about 175 meters tall and had a shaved head. He opened a treasure chest by his feet, revealing a large pile of wool balls. 2,000 balls of wool. All of them are filled with tyrannical air. If we bury them in the Garan Academy and detonate them at the same time, the tyrannical air will devour the entire academy. Do you think Diana will agree to go out with me when she learns about this? Speaking of this, Sir grinned hideously. Scarface grinned. "Sir, don't worry. Diana will submit to you. She loves her students and doesn't want them to be hurt." "Good." Sir snorted. "Diana, I don't believe that I can't take you down with this." In a dark corner, no one knew that a completely invisible black cat was squatting there. It was watching the scene with indifference and transmitting everything that was happening to Wu Ming. Garan Academy. Shibei was checking the students' pets for psychological problems and coming up with solutions or solving them on the spot. In the dean's office, Wu Ming was sitting on the couch. When they arrived at that street, Wu Ming asked the invisible Netherworld sovereign to patrol the area. He wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, he found Scarface hiding upstairs and acting suspiciously. After Scarface left, Netherworld Sovereign went after him and shared what he saw with Wu Ming. After learning what had happened, Wu Ming asked Diana, "Do you know a bald man named Sir?" "Sir?" Diana didn't expect this. Then, a look of disgust appeared on her face. "He is a disgusting pursuer. When he heard that I am of mixed blood, he gave himself the nickname Sir and said that we would be a good match. He is as disgusting as you can get. Later on, he kept harassing me. After I beat him up several times, he didn't dare to come again." Wu Ming? Why did you mention this person? Diana had a suspicious look on her face. Chapter 408. Sir is the mastermind, Wu Ming said slowly. Wu Ming was speechless when he found out that Sir's plan to ambush the Jialan Academy students' pets was to force Diana to date him. At first, he thought it was a scheme of the East Sea City's Pang family, or even a plan to ambush the laboratory. But who knew that this was it? A mere deranged beastmaster actually dared to use such a despicable method to force Diana to go out with him. Enough was enough. Wu Ming felt that people like Sir should not be allowed to live. He's the mastermind? Who gave him the courage? Hearing that Sir was the mastermind, Diana was so angry that she stood up and rolled up her sleeves. She wanted to rush to the other party's manor and beat him up. "Don't be impulsive." Wu Ming grabbed Diana's waist and pulled her into his arms. "Sir has a box of tyrannical aura." Diana blushed when Wu Ming hugged her. But when she heard the words, "box of tyrannical aura," her eyes immediately showed deep worry. "Really?" Diana sat on Wu Ming's lap, her face full of surprise. Yes." Wu Ming nodded. "A box of tyrannical aura. If it all explodes, it can cause a huge disturbance. It has to be handled properly." "Then what should we do now?" Diana looked into Wu Ming's eyes. "Of course we use the appropriate means." Wu Ming thought of a certain pet. The space-jumping frog's internal space can absorb a large amount of tyrannical aura. "I'll bring it along." "And then?" Diana asked. Wu Ming's lips curled up. "What else?" "Of course we'll go straight to Sir's manor and catch him red-handed. At this time, we'll bring the people from the mayor's mansion along." Diana blinked. Wu Ming stood up and put Diana on the sofa. He looked through the blinds at the construction site that was in full swing. "I heard that the knight is a rich local tycoon, and we need money for the construction of Garan Castle. He took the initiative to ask for it. Of course, all of his family property will be confiscated." Wu Ming continued, "and this money will ensure that Garan Castle develops faster." "That's true." Diana's eyes lit up. Wu Ming, you've really considered everything. Unlike me, I was only thinking about how to take revenge. Don't be blinded by hatred." Wu Ming patted Diana's shoulder. "Let's go." 10 minutes later, in the west side of Garan Castle, there was a small manor that was 300 meters long and 200 meters wide. There were several ancient buildings inside, as well as a garden, a swimming pool, and a small golf course. It was very luxurious. Manor's central building. It was a Western-style 5-story building, similar to a castle. The observation deck on the 5th floor. Knight sat in his chair, smoking a cigar. He planned to sneak into Garan School in the dead of night and set up balls in the teaching building, office area, and other places. When everyone gathered the next day, he would threaten Diana and make her surrender. "I heard that Wu Ming and Diana have a good relationship, but after Diana surrenders, I'll take her away. What can Wu Ming do to me?" "Ha ha ha." Knight sat in his chair, blowing smoke rings and laughing. His eyes were full of imagination after his plan succeeded. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "What?" Knight stood up from his chair on the observation deck and shouted at the door. "Why are you knocking on the door so hard? Do you want to die? Open the door. I'm checking the hygiene." Someone's voice sounded. Knight gasped. He wondered why this voice sounded so similar to the voice of the mayor of Garan Castle. He hurried over to open the door, only to see a group of people standing in the corridor outside. The mayor of Garan Castle, Wu Ming, Diana, Mu Wanru, the captain of the law enforcement team, and the mayor's secretary. Besides, a group of pets had gathered outside the door, all of them glaring at Night. Roar! Above the castle, there was a deafening sound. Knight raised his head out of instinct and looked at the sky through the glass skylight of the observation deck. He saw the C-rank dragon elephant hovering in the sky, ready to pounce at any moment. No, have I been discovered? Knight would not believe a word of this situation if they said they were here to check on the hygiene. His face turned green. Guys, are you here to check? Knight asked in a humble tone. At this moment, a loud voice came from the mayor of Garan Castle's walkie-talkie. Mayor, we have the basement under control. Scarface tried to resist, and we killed him on the spot. Then, we found a box that contained a large amount of violent aura. Knight's head was buzzing as if it were about to explode. His face was as pale as snow. No, it's all over. Knight felt his head was bleeding, and he was dizzy. He staggered back. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how these people had tracked him down. Capture him and interrogate him on the spot. Jalan City Lord waved his hand, and several beast tamers in combat suits behind him immediately stepped forward. Together with the pets, they held down the Knight and tied him to his chair. Slap! Diana walked over and slapped the Knight's face heavily, leaving a palm print. She didn't say a word and then returned to Wu Ming's side. Tell me, today, Lin Cece's pet, the blue cat, was attacked by violent aura. Did you do it? The mayor of Garan Castle was interrogating him personally. The mayor's secretary was in charge of recording. The captain of the law enforcement team, Mu Wanru, stood on the side, stealing glances at Wu Ming from time to time. A few months ago, when Mu Wanru saw Wu Ming for the first time, she felt that he was extraordinary and that he would make a name for himself in the future. However, Mu Wanru didn't expect that Wu Ming would rise so quickly. In just a few months, this man had grown into the most powerful person in Garan Castle. Even her sister, Mu Wanyin, had won the national championship with Wu Ming's help. She was currently working at Garan School as a beast tamer teacher with a bright future. How did Wu Ming do it? Mu Wanru was curious, but she didn't dare to ask. On the observation deck on the top floor, the interrogation was still going on. Now that he had been caught red-handed and there were so many people nearby putting pressure on him and the sea-gray dragon elephant hovering above him, the pressure was constantly increasing. Diana's slap had completely shattered Sir Knight's last resistance. Yes, I did it. In order to threaten Dean Diana to become my woman, I listened to Scar's slanderous words and ended up like this. Mayor, please have mercy on me. Sir Knight was in tears and snot. If he hadn't been tied to the chair, he would have knelt down before Wu Ming and the mayor of Garan Castle. Since you've confessed, Sir Knight, you'll be judged by the Lord. The mayor of Garan Castle snorted coldly. He looked at Wu Ming on the side and immediately began to flatter him. My lord, how do you think we should deal with this? Wu Ming hugged Diana's slender waist and left the scene slowly. He said slowly, don't worry. He said slowly, castrate him first and then kill him. Confiscate his property. I want to see the confiscation report by tomorrow morning at the latest. By the way, I'll take that box of tyrannical gas with me. After saying that, Wu Ming and Diana left the observation deck. On the chair, Sir Knight heard the result of his trial. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with madness. Castrate him first, and then kill him. Wu Ming, what right do you have to judge me like this? I don't accept this. Sir Knight roared, his spittle flying everywhere. Chapter 409. Slap. The mayor of Garan Castle slapped the Knight in the face. Then, with his hand behind his back, he said coldly, listen carefully. H.E. Wu Ming has the Lord's ring personally given to him by Wang Defa, the mayor of Nanjiang City. He is the Lord of Garan Castle. Within the territory of Garan Castle, he is the king. Apart from the Supreme Pet Alliance, no one can go against his decision. His judgment on you is an iron law. He wants to castrate you before killing you. Don't even think about killing you before castrating you. Okay, let's do it. The mayor of Garan Castle's voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing throughout the area. At this moment, The captain of the law enforcement team, Mu Wanru, finally understood Wu Ming's true identity and status. Wu Ming is the Lord. The knight was dumbfounded. If he had known that Wu Ming was the Lord, he wouldn't have dared to plot against Diana. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The knight was so scared that he peed his pants. He hurriedly begged the mayor of Garan Castle for mercy. The choking smell of urine filled the entire observation deck. Everyone at the scene pinched their noses and stepped back. The Lord's judgment must be obeyed. The mayor of Garan Castle sneered and said to a beast tamer, "Do it. We still have to search his house later. I don't know how much money we can get." 3 minutes later, the knight's heart-wrenching scream could be heard from the observation deck. It lasted for a long time. Even Wu Ming and Diana could hear it clearly. "Looks like it must be very painful," Wu Ming said calmly. He looked at a short table in front of him. On the table, there was an open big box filled with thousands of wool balls. The space-jumping frog was lying next to him. Croak, croak, croak. It made very rhythmic sounds and stuck out its tongue from time to eat the insects that flew nearby. Wu Ming brought the space-jumping frog here to make it easier to take away this box of tyrannical aura. Although he had the system space, it was more suitable to use the space-jumping frog in a place where there were many eyes. It was convenient to fool people. Let me see what this structure is. Wu Ming put on the third-generation dragon scale armor, picked up a ball of wool, and slowly opened it. Beside him, Diana also quickly put on the second-generation dark gold armor and prepared to defend herself. 1 minute later, the ball of wool was perfectly opened, revealing the internal structure. It was a spherical device. It was about 3 centimeters in diameter, and there was a glass bottle the size of a finger inside. It contained a light red gas, and there was a small receiver, a small electric motor, and a corresponding switch on the outside. Once it was remotely controlled, the light red gas in the glass bottle would be ejected by the high pressure inside. This kind of gas was naturally the tyrannical gas. The remote control is here. Wu Ming took out a tablet, opened an app on it, and entered the background control program. Many virtual buttons appeared on the screen. There were one-button activations and single-button controls. There's a number on the glass bottle. Let me see. Oh, it's number 192. Wu Ming saw the corresponding number on the surface of the glass bottle. So, he put the bottle of tyrannical gas on the ground, 10 meters away from it. Then, Wu Ming found the number 192 button in the search bar. It was green, which meant that it hadn't been activated yet. Let's begin. Wu Ming double-tapped the number 192 green button. At the same time, the cork of the glass bottle on the ground was opened. The light red gas sprayed out, forming a smoky area with an area of 1 meter. Pets would go crazy when they absorbed the tyrannical gas. However, the tyrannical gas could not affect a large area, only about 1 square meter. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew over. The light red gas began to spread and gradually engulfed an area with a radius of 5 meters. However, the whole process only lasted for 5 minutes. The tyrannical gas is a gas produced when bacteria and fungi decompose the brain tissue of a beast. It will automatically decompose after being exposed to the air for more than 5 minutes. Wu Ming read out the information on the tablet. It's gone in 5 minutes? In that case, the harm isn't that great. Diana patted her proud chest, and her previously tense expression finally eased. Of course. Wu Ming nodded and explained, think about it. If the tyrannical gas could last for a long time, wouldn't the world of pets be in a mess? Some underground organizations cultivate the tyrannical gas with bacteria and fungi. They collect the tyrannical gas as soon as possible, store it under pressure, and then use it as a dangerous product. I see. Diana nodded. Okay, put away the tyrannical gas. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Wu Ming put away the tablet that was used to control the release of the tyrannical gas and clapped his hands. Croak, croak, croak. The space-hopping frog hopped over to the big box with over 1,000 balls of wool. It opened its mouth and swallowed the entire box, preserving it perfectly. Why did you wrap the bottle with the tyrannical gas? Is it to hide it and prevent it from vibrating? Diana looked at Wu Ming and blinked. Yes, that's right. Wu Ming nodded. Hiding things in a ball of wool can be used to reduce shock. You don't have to worry about breaking the glass bottle. You can also hide the internal mechanism. Of course, there's another reason. What's the reason? Diana hurried to ask. When Scarface used the tyrannical gas in the ball of wool to attack Lin Cece's blue cat beast. The blue cat beast was also a cat. Cats like to play with balls of wool. If you use the ball of wool as a shell, you can attract the pet into the attack range. Wu Ming explained patiently. Yes. Diana clapped her hands. It's not just cats. Many pets are interested in the ball of wool. It can be used as a way to attract pets. So, Sir and Scarface are smart. Unfortunately, they use their brains on crooked ways. They are destined to go down a path of no return. Wu Ming shook his head. Okay, I'm going back. Wu Ming put his hands in his pockets and walked toward the gate of the manor. Wu Ming, you've helped me so much. How can I not thank you? Diana rushed up to Wu Ming and held his arms, leaning on him intimately. Wu Ming turned to look at Diana. Since he was taller than Diana, when he looked down from above, he couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw the proud and dazzling Suet Jade in front of her. I want to go to your place for lunch. Wu Ming grinned. It's almost noon. Come to my place. I'll cook for you. Diana understood right away. Happiness filled her face. After the two left, the mayor of Garan Castle took Mu Wanru, the secretary, and a team of beast tamers to ransack Sir's house. Everything they found was recorded in the ledger. Then, they converted it into pet coins to make it easier to calculate the total price. Sir's really a rich man. He's so rich. The mayor's secretary recorded all kinds of treasures in the manor. They could easily find antiques worth more than $1 million, and there were so many of them. The total value was at least $100 million. This is a great deal. The nearby Jalan City's city lord laughed. He felt that he could certainly hand in a report that would satisfy Wu Ming tomorrow. Chapter 410. Inside the Garan Castle Villa area, Diana put on an apron and was preparing lunch for Wu Ming in the bright and spacious kitchen. Her every move accentuated her perfect figure, which was pleasing to the eye. Wu Ming sat on the couch, tasting the red wine and appreciating it slowly. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and 1 soup were ready and placed on the table. The dining room was filled with delicious smells. While cooking, Diana learned from Wu Ming and put in some herbs. This could not only enhance the flavor of the dishes, but also strengthen the body. Wu Ming only took a bite of the braised pork and felt that he was full of energy. His eyes glowed as he picked up his glass of red wine. Cheers! Cheers! They clinked their glasses and looked into each other's eyes. They could see the tenderness in each other's eyes. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming rubbed his shoulders. He rode a public bike and enjoyed the scenery on the road. He returned to the pet store amidst the excited cheers of the residents of the Garan Castle. This is quite tiring, Wu Ming mumbled. He went to the storage room on the first floor and looked at the vat of medicinal wine. It will take more than half a month before I can drink it. I wonder how effective it will be. This was the medicinal wine developed by Wu Tianxua, a Class A master. Last time, Wu Ming got the prescription of the medicinal wine from Wu Tianxua. He knew that after drinking this medicinal wine, it could have the effect of enhancing one's ability. But the wine wasn't ready yet. He would have to wait for another half a month before he could drink it. Meow. Netherworld Prime walked into the pet store and squatted on the counter. It had been protecting Wu Ming in secret for the entire day. It was loyal and responsible without any complaints. Of course, Netherworld Prime couldn't speak. Why can't the pets talk? Wu Ming suddenly thought of this question. After many evolutions, pets were already very powerful after reaching the D or C rank. They had absorbed a lot of evolutionary energy. Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for them to evolve their vocal cords. However, it was always difficult for pets to speak, which troubled Wu Ming. Is it because they don't think it's necessary? Wu Ming could only think in this direction. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant rushed into the pet store and circled around in front of Wu Ming, wagging its head and tail. Then It woke up the space-jumping frog that was sleeping on the ground and brought it out to play. As expected of a dog, it loves to play. Wu Ming complained. He lay on the sofa, quietly looking at the ceiling. He still had a few 100,000 evolution points that he had not used. It was enough for him to concoct a few rank A evolutionary food. However, the difficulty did not lie in the evolution points, but in the lack of medicinal ingredients. It was not easy to gather A-grade medicinal ingredients, and this was the reason why Wu Ming did not concoct the A-grade evolutionary food. Netherworld Sovereign has advanced to the peak of C class. Last time, I thought about the 5 formulas it needs to advance to be class, but these 5 talents are still not the best combination. Therefore, we have to continue considering it. Wu Ming muttered. In the later stages, low-level talents would not be useless. On the contrary, they would have an amplifying effect. For example, speed-type talents. Starting from F class all the way to SSS class, there would be agility-type evolutionary food that could be used. Some beast tamers might think that there was no need to consume agility-type evolutionary food in the early stages. When the pet advanced to B or a class, it would be enough to consume agility-type evolutionary food. In fact, this was a wrong way of thinking. If a pet, starting from F class all the way to SSS class, were to consume agility-type evolutionary food every time it advanced, by the time it reached the later stages, its speed would be much faster than that of a pet that only consumed agility-type evolutionary food. This was the cumulative effect of talents. Similarly, it was best to cultivate the 2 aspects of defense and strength from the foundation. Thinking of this, Wu Ming had a new idea. The ghost cat's body is naturally small, and its strength is weak. Before this, I did not give it any strength-type evolutionary food. Therefore, it must have it to advance to be class this time. Otherwise, once it is pressed down by a heavy object, it will be difficult for it to escape. This will become a fatal weakness. Therefore, to advance to be class, the Netherworld Sovereign needs the following 5 evolutionary foods. B-class Terror, B-class Defense, B-class Strength, B-class Super Sharp Claws, B-class Psionic Impact. No. B-class Force Awakening can give the ghost cat the ability to control magnetic fields, which is much better than pure B-class Strength. Therefore, replace B-class Strength with B-class Force Awakening. After confirming the 5 new talents needed for the Netherworld Sovereign to advance to be class, Wu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He bought the formula from the system store and wrote it down on a piece of paper. Lulu, help me buy these materials. Wu Ming took a picture of the written list and sent it to Wang Chu, who was working in the Ultra B Center Tower. Okay. Wang Chulu got the news and started work right away. 5 minutes later, Wang Chulu called. Hello. Is it boss? The medicinal materials you want are incomplete. I have to send someone in Nanjiang City to get them. It will take 2 or 3 days. Wu Ming, no problem. It will be ready in 7 days. Wang Chulu, okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Ming lay on the sofa and ordered takeout. The day was about to end. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up in bed. He looked at the sleeping beauty lying next to him and yawned. He didn't know when Yusuruo came over, but he knew that he was tired last night. He got up, washed up, and ate breakfast. Wu Ming began an ordinary day. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A sports car stopped in front of the pet store. The sexy and enchanting secretary of the mayor got out of the car and entered the pet store. Seeing that there were no customers, she immediately sat on the sofa and pressed her proud figure against Su Ping. My lord, this is the property confiscation report for you. The secretary of the mayor held a document in her hand. Wu Ming looked down at the document and pointed to the table. Just put it there. By the way, when you go out, help me close the door. Hearing this, the secretary froze on the spot. Is he asking me to leave? I'm so beautiful and sexy. I've taken the initiative to throw myself at you, and you don't want me? The secretary of the mayor was upset, but she didn't dare to disobey Wu Ming. She quickly put down the report and left the pet store, closing the door behind her. 5 minutes later, Wu Ming put down the remote control and turned off the TV program. He opened the property confiscation report. More than 3,000 antiques with a total value of 90 million. 350 pounds of herbs with a total value of 40 million. 46 million pet coins in cash. The manor is valued at 260 million. In the end, the final value of the loot is 956,330,000 pet coins. Wu Ming's eyes glowed as he read to the end. How could a mere D-rank beast tamer be so rich? The total value of the entire manor was close to 1 billion. Wu Ming picked up his phone at once and called the mayor of the Garan Castle. He asked, "Sir's property is over 900 million?" The mayor of the Garan Castle turned pale with fright. "My lord, I didn't embezzle anything. It's really only 900 million. If you think it's too little, why don't we continue to confiscate properties? Many families in the city have dark histories. We can just find a reason to confiscate them." Hearing this, Wu Ming's lips twitched. It seemed that the mayor of the Garan Castle had misunderstood him. Besides, the mayor might be addicted to confiscating properties. What I want to say is, how could a mere D-rank beast tamer with no company under his name have more than 900 million? It's much more than I expected, Wu Ming said. So that's how it is. The mayor of the Garan Castle wiped his sweat. He thought Wu Ming thought it was too little. It turned out that he thought it was too much. Chapter 411. The mayor of Garan Castle paused for a moment and said, "My lord, there's something you don't know. Sir is only a D-rank beast tamer. Logically speaking, it's not bad for someone of his level to have assets of more than 100 million. As for why he has so many assets, it's because he has underground channels. This person often does underground business. For example, abducting and selling pets and people. He even goes into battle himself as a temporary assassin, specifically taking on E-rank and F-rank missions. With his D-rank strength, the success rate is 100%. In addition, Sir is also connected to many black markets. This information was only found out when we raided his house. Therefore, by relying on these dirty methods, Sir is sitting on nearly 1 billion in assets. However, he's also a fool. If I were him, I would have sold my assets and exchanged them for 1 billion pet coins. I would have gone to Nanjiang City to buy C-rank evolution food and become a C-rank beast tamer." The mayor of Garan Castle's tone was full of contempt for Sir. Hearing this, Wu Ming understood the cause and effect. So that's what happened. Okay, sell Sir's assets. After you get the cash, transfer it all to my account. Wu Ming gave the order. He was not interested in Sir's things. These fixed assets would only be of practical significance to him after all of them were converted into cash. In the world of pets, having money was not omnipotent, but having no money was absolutely impossible. Even though Wu Ming already owned the Thunder Spirit conglomerate and had assets of trillions. However, these were only assets. In reality, there was not that much cash. Therefore, Wu Ming was naturally happy to be able to get about 1 billion in cash by selling Sir's assets in a short period of time. This money could be used for the construction of Garan Castle. Wu Ming developed Garan Castle and the Thunder Spirit conglomerate because he wanted to have a continuous source of funds. Although he could consider selling the entire Thunder Spirit conglomerate and get a lot of money at once, what about the future? It wouldn't do if he didn't have a regular source of income. Did you hear that? After selling them, transfer the money to me. After the transfer, use it to build the Garan Castle. Seeing that the castellan of the Garan Castle did not respond, Wu Ming reminded him again. All right. The mayor of Garan Castle nodded. Wu Ming thought of something and continued. Secretly investigate if there are any more people like Knight in the city. If there are, give me a specific list. When the time is right, capture them all. Not a single one of these dark figures is allowed to exist. Yes. On the other end of the phone, the excited voice of the mayor of Garan Castle could be heard. Obviously, this guy was addicted to plundering. After hanging up the phone, Wu Ming sat on the sofa. In his opinion, the reason why Jazz did not sell his family property in exchange for a large amount of cash was because it was not easy to break through to the C rank. First of all, A C-rank evolution crystal was required to advance to C rank. There were no extra evolution crystals in Garan Castle, so they could only go to Nanjiang City to buy them. However, C-grade evolution crystals were not something that could be bought with money. If you wanted to buy them, you had to see if the owner was willing to sell them. Secondly, C-rank evolution food was not easy to buy. This level of evolution food was basically only available to the headquarters of large chambers of commerce, or large aristocratic families like the Pang family in EC City and C-rank trainers and other forces. And Jazz did not dare to get in touch with these people. After all, the transactions he did were shady. Moreover, this person might only want to be a rich man in Garan Castle. With the strength of a D rank, it was enough. Of course, these were all Wu Ming's guesses. Now that Jazz was dead, there was not much point in worrying about these things. However, this incident also made Wu Ming see one thing clearly. There were definitely other dark figures in Garan Castle. These malignant tumors must be eradicated one by one. Not for anything else, but to maintain peace. Of course, there was also the matter of accumulating wealth. Through this incident with Jazz, I can see the bigger picture. I can guess that there are many hidden rich people in Garan Castle, and these are all hidden wealth. Wu Ming licked his lips. Before he traveled to this world, he lived in a fourth-tier city. Although there were only a few million people in the city, there were many hidden rich people. In fact, there were many people with assets over 100 million. They kept a low profile and were not on the rich list. As long as they did not take the initiative to announce it, not many people would know how much money they had. It should be the same in the world of pets. Wu Ming believed that in Garan Castle, there would be no less than 100 people or families with assets over 100 million. If they all got their wealth through proper channels, then it's fine. But if someone did something like what Jazz did, then it's unforgivable. Wu Ming stood up abruptly and went to the pet store. He suddenly realized something. Who sold so many balls of yarn a night? And who was secretly collecting the tyrannical aura? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Wu Ming took out his phone at once and dialed the number of the mayor of Garan Castle again. Who sold tyranny to Jazz? The mayor of Garan Castle had not even warmed up from his seat. He quickly stood up, walked to the window, and spoke into the phone. My lord, we are beast tamers, not investigators. In such a short time, we only completed the search. As for Jazz's partner, we can't find out. That's all for now. Wu Ming believed the mayor of Garan Castle. He hung up the phone and thought about how to find Jazz's partner. He felt that there must be a conspiracy behind this. Woof, woof, woof. On Nanwen Street, Little Tyrant and the space-jumping frog were playing and barking. They seemed to be very happy. Little Tyrant is a D-rank pet and a dog. A dog has a very sensitive nose. Therefore, it can track people by scent. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Little Tyrant, stop playing. Come with me. Wu Ming jumped onto Little Tyrant's back. It immediately transformed into its Cerberus form. It carried Wu Ming and ran towards Jazz's manor. Croak, croak, croak. The space-jumping frog let out a cry and followed him. 20 minutes later, Jazz's manor. This place had been sealed, and no one could enter or leave. However, Wu Ming sat on Little Tyrant's back and jumped over the wall with ease. He arrived at the manor. Sniff, sniff, sniff. As soon as he arrived, Little Tyrant immediately used its dog, nose, to sniff the ground. It searched for the scent of everyone who came in contact with Jazz before feeding it back to Wu Ming. Although Little Tyrant did not have the ability to smell, a dog's nose was very sensitive. After many evolutions, its sense of smell had also been strengthened. Any unranked hunting dog's sense of smell was not even 1% of Little Tyrant's. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant found something and barked at a place far away, attracting Wu Ming's attention. A person was standing on a building far away. Who is it? Wu Ming shouted. The person on the building noticed Wu Ming and quickly jumped down from the building. He fell into the bushes and disappeared. Chase. Wu Ming sat on Little Tyrant's back and quickly chased after him. Chapter 412. It was late in the afternoon and close to dusk. As the setting sun descended, Wu Ming and Little Tyrant's shadows were elongated. Dozens of meters away, that person landed in the bushes and merged with a pet, turning into a hummingbird and flying away. That person was fast. In the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. That speed is at least at the peak of Class D. But you're still too young to compete with me in terms of speed. Wu Ming grinned. He patted Little Tyrant's head, and the latter immediately followed the scent. Croak, croak, croak. The space-jumping frog lay in a manner and looked in the direction Wu Ming went. After some thought, it decided to follow him. On the street, Little Tyrant's speed was very fast. Wu Ming sat on its back and was not in a hurry. He just wanted Little Tyrant to not lose sight of that person. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant ran and barked at the same time, scaring the people on the street. They were about to scold it when they saw Wu Ming on the back of the dog. All of them smiled. I'm catching someone. Sorry, everyone, Wu Ming said loudly. Little Tyrant was at the peak of Class D and had Class D speed. Even if it was just running on the street, it could reach a speed of 100 meters per second. By the time he finished speaking, he was already far away, in the sky above the forest. A hummingbird was flying at a speed of more than 100 meters per second, slightly faster than Little Tyrant. At this time, it had already left the vicinity of Garan Castle. Whoosh! The hummingbird hovered in the air and looked back at the city area of Garan Castle to see if Wu Ming had caught up. Woof, woof, woof. At this time, Little Tyrant's barks were deafening. It was like a ferocious lion coming down from the mountains. Whoosh! The hummingbird continued to flap its wings and fly. Just like that, Wu Ming rode on the back of the dog and followed the scent. Because of its Class F endurance, Little Tyrant did not feel tired at all and could continue to chase. Hummingbirds were good at flying, so they weren't tired at all. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The two parties, one chasing and the other fleeing, had already left Garan Castle for hundreds of kilometers and arrived outside a dense mountain range. This is Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Wu Ming looked at the mountain range and raised his eyebrows. When he first arrived in the world of pets, Wu Ming learned by watching TV programs. Back then, he had heard a piece of news about the celestial Dragon Mountain. In this mountain range, there was a D-class of vicious beast, the flaming divine monkey. However, Wu Ming was not afraid. He seemed to have come alone, but beside him was the invisible peak C-class netherworld sovereign, the demon atomic beast on his left wrist, and the rainbow-winged chameleon hidden under his collar. 2 A-class, 1 C-class, and 1 D-class. With such a lineup, they would even be able to put up a fight against the PK class. They were not afraid of the ferocious beasts in Tianlong Mountain at all. Whoosh! Little Tyrant carried Wu Ming into Sky Dragon Mountain and continued to chase after the hummingbird pet. At this time, it was already dusk. The light in the mountain range was dim, and they couldn't see clearly. Wu Ming was wearing the 3rd-generation dragon scale armor and a super powerful headlamp to illuminate the front. He patted Little Tyrant under him and asked, "How is it? We didn't lose them, did we?" Woof, woof. Little Tyrant barked twice in a low voice, indicating that everything was under control and there were no problems. Whoosh! A man and a dog traversed through the forest. Finally, they arrived at a hidden valley in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Mountain. This place was less than 300 meters in length and width. It was surrounded by rocky cliffs that were hundreds of meters high. It was very humid, and night had fallen. This place was very dark. A hummingbird was hovering in the middle of the valley. It was glowing and looked very beautiful. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Wu Ming looked at the hummingbird. Dong, dong, dong. Right at this moment, a series of heavy footsteps sounded, causing the ground to tremble. From a narrow crack in the valley, flames could be seen rising to the sky. Wu Ming looked over and saw an ape that was over 10 meters tall walking out. Its body was burning with flames. Every step it took would cause the ground to tremble. It's the D-class flaming monkey that appeared in the news. It has grown so big. It is over 10 meters tall. Wu Ming looked at the flaming monkey in surprise. After the flaming monkey showed up, it blocked Wu Ming's way out. It clenched its fists and wore a cold expression. Hiss, hiss. At this time, a super dragon python that was over 20 meters long crawled out from the crack in the valley. It raised its head that was as big as a water tank and stared coldly at Wu Ming. A D-class dragon python. Wu Ming looked at the giant python that just appeared and said in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself, "Squeak, squeak." The hummingbird squeaked, and its body began to expand. It turned into a strange bird with a wingspan of 5 meters, 3 sharp claws, and 1 strange white eye. The 3D-class pets stood in a triangle and surrounded Wu Ming, trapping him and the little tyrant in the middle. 2 of the pets were on land, and 1 was in the air. The dragon python could swim. All in all, this hunting team had pets of all 3 types: water, land, and air. It would be extremely difficult for Su Ping to get away from them. Of course, that was only true if the pets were at the same rank. A C-class pet would be able to wipe out the 3 hunting teams that were good at both offense and defense. "Who are you?" Wu Ming looked at the strange one-eyed bird and asked. This was a 3-clawed Cyclops falcon. The Cyclops falcon had a talent that allowed it to become one with the beast tamer and transform into various pets. It was similar to Zhang Okyun's water spirit. The dead don't need to know. The 3-clawed Cyclops falcon spoke in human language with indifference in its eyes. That was the voice of the mysterious beast tamer. "I sealed up the knight's villa, and you were the one who provided him with a tyrannical aura. After I found out, you wanted to kill me, right?" Wu Ming laughed. "Any last words?" The 3-clawed Cyclops falcon's voice remained cold, as if it had the situation under control. "You should be the one to say your last words." Wu Ming crossed his arms and stretched his neck. He seemed to be relaxed. "What?" The 3-clawed Cyclops falcon immediately became alert. It thought that the reinforcement from the Garan castle had arrived, or that the C-class ice-winged dragon had arrived. However, after observing for a long time, it didn't see anyone else. "There's no need to look. My C-class ice-winged dragon isn't here, nor is my D-class ice and fire double-headed dragon. The reinforcements from the Garan castle aren't here either. It's just me and this D-class Cerberus." Wu Ming said calmly. Then you're courting death." The 3-clawed Cyclops falcon suddenly flapped its wings and flew over dozens of meters in an instant. It reached Wu Ming, and its sharp claws were about to cut him in half. However, the next second, time and space seemed to have frozen. The 3-clawed Cyclops falcon froze in the air. The flaming monkey and the dragon python were also rooted to the spot. No matter how hard they struggled, it was of no use, because this was a B-class force awakening. A force of more than 2,000 tons was enough to keep D-class pets rooted to the spot. "It's over." The 3-clawed Cyclops falcon cried out in shock. The mysterious beast tamer realized that he had been too careless. Wu Ming was more horrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 4:13. "Show yourself, or I will kill you right here," Wu Ming said coldly as he stared at the 3-clawed Cyclops falcon. "Don't kill me," the 3-clawed Cyclops falcon said at once. Its body began to ripple. A man walked out slowly. It was a middle-aged man in a combat suit. He seemed to be in his 50s. His hair was gray, but he was in high spirits. His eyes were bright, and there was a hint of viciousness in them. Wu Ming activated the Eye of Insight. Name: Shi Kaoyang. Rank: D Beast Tamer. Pets: D-level 3-clawed Cyclops, D-level Flaming Monkey, D-level Dragon Python, D-level Sky Eagle. Seeing this, the corners of Wu Ming's mouth rose slightly. The Eye of Insight was amazing. It could see the basic information of the target. Although it was not detailed enough, Su Ping could tell that Shi Kaoyang had a 4th pet. "The Sky Eagle is watching us from above, right?" Wu Ming muttered. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Indeed, he found that above the clouds, there was a black and white eagle with a wingspan of about 3 meters. How do you know about the Sky Eagle?" Shi Kaoyang opened his eyes wide. He had thought that he could stall Wu Ming so that the Sky Eagle could go and ask for help. That way, he could survive. But who knew that Wu Ming actually discovered the Heavenly Eagle? "I have my own way." Wu Ming smiled. He cracked his neck. The colorful winged chameleon that was lying under his collar flew out and reached a height of hundreds of meters in an instant. Whoosh! The colorful winged chameleon stuck out its tongue and swallowed the sky eagle. The colorful winged chameleon turned back and spat the sky eagle out. The sky eagle fell to the ground, suppressed by the demon atomic beast's Class B force. Now, answer my questions. Wu Ming sat on a rock and took out a cigar. On second thought, he realized that smoking was harmful to his health. Therefore, he held the cigar between his fingers and didn't smoke. Wu Ming, I can promise you anything as long as you spare my life, Shi Kaoyang said at once. He was even more terrified of Wu Ming. The mysterious pet that could reach hundreds of meters in an instant and bring the heavenly eagle to the ground must be powerful. Shi Kaoyang believed that was Wu Ming's real trump card. Normally, everyone was fooled by Wu Ming. His most powerful pet is not the ice winged dragon, which is officially announced as a Class C pet. Instead, it is a small pet that is suspected to be a Class B pet. It is hard to detect. This person can't be provoked. Night, that idiot, messed with Wu Ming's woman and got me into the water. Damn it. Shi Kaoyang kept cursing jazz in his heart. At this time, Wu Ming said, "Don't worry. As long as you give me the information I need, I won't kill you. After all, I'm very merciful." Yes. Why would he have to do it himself when his pets were there? Shi Kaoyang didn't know that Wu Ming was determined to kill him. He thought that he could live. He quickly said, Wu Ming, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know." Wu Ming sat on the stone and said, "Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer. The first question is, what do you do?" Shi Kaoyang quickly replied, "I'm a merchant in the dark bazaar. I sell all kinds of things that can only be found in the dark bazaar." Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Dark bazaar? The kind of underground bazaar that can't see the light of day? Anything can be bought and sold? Shi Kaoyang nodded. Yes. Wu Ming nodded. Then, where did you buy the tyrannical aura and sell it tonight? Shi Kaoyang. Yes. Wu Ming, what's the price? Shi Kaoyang. The tyrannical aura in a ball of wool was sold for 10,000 pet coins. Wu Ming's eyes widened. So expensive? In total, didn't Knight spend 10 or 20 million on you? Shi Kaoyang nodded. Yes, mainly because I sold it at high price. In the dark bazaar, the tyrannical aura in a ball of wool was actually only 500 pet coins. Wu Ming was amused. You directly increased the price by 20 times? You're very good at making money. Shi Kaoyang smiled bitterly. It can't be helped. The tickets to the dark bazaar are too rare. I spent 10 million pet coins for this slot. Wu Ming nodded. Do you work with Knight often? Shi Kaoyang said, Yes, Knight commits all kinds of evil. He often captures people and pets and sells them to me. I then sell them in the dark bazaar. It's kind of a cooperative relationship. Wu Ming sneered. Huh, I think you're in cahoots. Shi Kaoyang gritted his teeth and didn't deny it. Wu Ming continued asking, What's the deal with the tickets to the dark bazaar? Shi Kaoyang looked down. Wu Ming understood and had the demon atomic beast release the force field suppression on Shi Kaoyang. 10 seconds later, Shi Kaoyang took out a badge made of brass from his pocket. There was a skull on the front and the words Dark Bazaar on the back. Wu Ming also noticed that there was a serial number on the back of the badge. Is this your serial number? Asked Wu Ming. Shi Kaoyang handed the badge to Wu Ming and said, Yes, my serial number is X, 9999. What will happen if I take this badge? Wu Ming grinned. Shi Kaoyang immediately pulled a long face. Brother, this is a badge worth 10 million. Wu Ming snatched the badge and said, Tell me about the dark bazaar. I'll kill you right away if you don't. Shi Kaoyang shuddered. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth, trying to hide the killing intent in his eyes. He then said, The dark bazaar doesn't have a fixed location. It opens every once in a while. Before it opens, those of us who have badges will be notified and know the specific location. As for the badges, they are divided into 3 levels: Supreme, Honorable, and Normal. Supreme badges are exclusive to the ruler of the Dark Bazaar. Their serial number is gold, and the number behind it from 1 to 9. For example, Shi Kaoyang 1. This badge is supreme and represents the ruling position of the Dark Bazaar. The honorable badge is silver. The serial number on the badge is the owner's name plus the number between 0001 and 9999. For example, Shi Kaiyang, 9999. Finally, the normal badge. This badge is made of brass and belongs to the ordinary category. The user's name is not on it. The serial number is made of 26 English letters plus the number between 0001 and 9999. Mine is X, 9999. It's one of the last few numbers. Even so, it still cost 10 million. Shi Kaiyang sighed helplessly. However, after getting the entrance ticket to the Dark Bazaar, he still earned a few hundred million and could be considered a hidden rich man. Oh, I see. Wu Ming nodded and put away the badge. Then, how do you receive the message from the Dark Bazaar? A special pet came back to inform me. Because the badge is a trace that can be detected by a specific pet, Shi Kaiyang explained at once. Okay, I see. Thank you for your explanation. Now you can go to hell. Wu Ming stood up. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Shi Caiyang's eyes widened. Of course I won't kill you. But my pet will. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Wu Ming spread his hands. Wu Ming, you son of a bitch. Shi Kaiyang cursed. He took out a dagger and tried to stab Wu Ming. However, the next second, Little Tyrant pounced on Shi Kaiyang and bit him to death. Wu Ming had no sympathy for this person who wanted to kill him. He turned to the other four pets. Chapter 414. Roar. The three-clawed Cyclops falcon, the inferno monkey, the dragon python, and the sky eagle bellowed. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They could not wait to devour Wu Ming. Kill them all. Wait. Wu Ming was about to give the order to kill all the pets when he changed his mind. If I can kill these pets, I can get 3,000 or 4,000 evolution points and a dozen tons of material balls. But that's a bit wasteful. Wouldn't it be better if I buy 4 Class C Master Balls and tame the 4 pets? Wu Ming was deep in thought. A Class C Master Ball would cost him 1,500 evolution points. Killing a Class D pet would give him the same amount of evolution points. Basically, the two sides were equal. He had many pets, but Wang Chulu, Yusuruo, and the others didn't have enough pets. Currently, Wang Chulu had a baby white phoenix. However, apart from her, the other dozen business elites didn't have any pets. Their combat abilities were too weak. He could capture the three-clawed Cyclops falcon, the dragon python, the inferno monkey, and the sky eagle with Class C Master Balls and give them to the girls. That way, they would be able to protect themselves. In the future, he might be able to build an army of beautiful girls. Okay, let's do it. Wu Ming made up his mind. Rich as he was, he immediately spent 6,000 evolution points to purchase 4 Class C Master Balls. He aimed at the 4 pets on the ground and threw them at them. Bang, 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 bang. Wu Ming's aim was very good. As the Master Ball entered the 4 pets' bodies, they quickly became obedient. When they looked at Wu Ming, they were no longer looking at him with violence, but with gentleness. Nice. Wu Ming walked over and patted the pets' heads. The pets shrank until they became 4 Class C Master Balls with pets in them. They lay on the ground quietly. It's a pity that the Master Balls are at least Class C. There are no Class D or Class E Master Balls. If there were, I wouldn't have to spend so many evolution points. Wu Ming mumbled to himself. A C-grade Master Orb was worth 1,500 evolution points. Using it to subdue D-Class and E-Class vicious beasts was indeed a bit of a waste. Only Wu Ming was rich now. If it were before, he would not have dared to do so. Never mind. At least I got a ready-made pet. Wu Ming shook his head, picked up the Master Ball, and threw it into the system space. Time to go back. Looking around, Wu Ming felt that there was nothing worth exploring here, so he prepared to return. Woof, woof, woof. However, right at that moment, Little Tyrant smelled something else and barked toward a narrow crack in the valley. He seemed to have discovered something and quickly rushed over. Is there something? Wu Ming was very curious and quickly followed. There was a light in the valley. Wu Ming continued to go deeper and deeper. he discovered that after entering more than 100 meters, the originally irregular stone walls had actually become a classically decorated passageway. There were also quite a few flirtatious murals. Is this Shi Caoliang's secret base? Wu Ming speculated. Shi Caoliang had deliberately lured him to this place and led him into the encirclement formed by the four pets. Then, Shi Caoliang must be very familiar with this valley. Just as he had expected, Wu Ming walked along the passageway for 5 minutes. Finally, he entered a huge underground cave. The ground here had been hardened by cement, and the surrounding areas had been rebuilt. In the middle of the cave was a small 3-story building. Behind the building was a field with many herbs. This is indeed a secret base. Wu Ming grinned and looked around. He felt that this place was not bad. He could keep it and make some modifications so that it could become a secret base for the Assassin's Guild. Then, Wu Ming began to explore. This secret base was quite large. Apart from the field of herbs, there was a small building and a basement where many strange and valuable items were stored. Wu Ming made an estimation. If he were to sell all the items in this base, he would be able to make more than 500 million. No wonder you have an entry ticket to the Dark Bazaar. Your wealth is impressive. Now it's all mine. Wu Ming curled his lips. He threw all the items in the vault into the system storage and dug out the mature herbs. Then, he went to the 3-story building and found many luxuries. Wait, a diary. Wu Ming picked up the diary on the table. It was written by Shi Caoliang. He remembered a line from a movie. Who would write a diary for a decent person? With that said, he opened the diary. My biggest wish is to have more in-depth interactions with a few women. This will make me feel good both physically and mentally. The first sentence was flirtatious. Seeing this, Wu Ming smiled. Shi Caoliang is not a decent person. July 29th, a thunderstorm night. The wind is strong. On this day, I went on a date with Mu Xiaoyu, the wife of Mr. Li Datian of the Red Pine Town. I have to admit that she is quite charming. At the end of the diary, there was a picture of Mu Xiaoyu. Wu Ming took a look. She was a mature and charming woman with a pair of charming eyes. She was quite flirtatious. Shi Caoliang is not a decent person. Wu Ming continued to read. He found that this was not a diary. It was clearly a record of Shi Caoliang's dates with women from all over the area. All of them were accompanied by pictures. If this diary is published, it will definitely cause a sensation and cause a huge impact. Wu Ming continued to flip through the diary. He felt that this diary was quite good. There were more than 1,500 entries in the diary, and no less than 500 people were mentioned. Shi Caoliang, brilliant. Really brilliant. I can keep this diary. In the future, when I meet the people recorded in the diary, I can be a little more careful. After all, they're not good people. At critical moments, this information can be of some use. Wu Ming put away the diary. After rummaging around the building for a while, Wu Ming found some recipes for level E evolutionary food and took them away. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming returned to the valley. He sat on Little Tyrant's back and leisurely returned to Garan Castle. On the way back, when the space-jumping frog saw Wu Ming and Little Tyrant coming back, it croaked twice and quickly changed its direction to chase after them. From the beginning to the end, the space-jumping frog was rushing on its way. Because it was too slow, it did not even reach the Sky Dragon Mountain range, 10 o'clock at night. Ultra Beast Center Tower. Wu Ming sat on a spacious and comfortable sofa. He placed the 4 level C Master Balls on the table and said to Wang Chilu, Yu Suruo, Zhou Qingyi, Li Shuang, and other business elites in front of him. There are 4 pets here, 3 level D and 1 level. Hold the Master Balls and see who is most suitable to be their new master. After the pets were put into the Master Balls, they were temporarily ownerless. When a beast tamer touched the Master Balls, they could feel the emotions of the pets and determine if they were suitable to be the new master. Wow! Finally, we have pets, and 3 of them are level D. Apart from Wang Chilu, who already had a young white phoenix, the other business elites who did not have pets quickly lined up and touched the Master Balls on the table. It likes me. Wang Xiaoli, the logistics director, held one of the Master Balls and felt the emotions of the pet inside. It was joyful and wanted to form a contract with her. Hearing this, the other business elites looked at Wang Qiaoli with envy. Chapter 415. I feel it too. Yusuruo picked up the second master ball. Her eyes were filled with joy. Me too, Zhou Qingyi said with a smile. Li Shishuang picked up the last master ball. She could feel the joy coming from the pet inside. She raised the master ball and said to Wu Ming, "Sir, I found it too." Seeing this, Wu Ming nodded and said, "Well, you're all good. The 4 pets have been distributed. As for the others who don't have pets, don't worry. You'll get one in the future. Next, I will help you recognize the owner." Wu Ming stood up. He cut Yusuruo's, Zhou Qingyi's, Li Shishuang's, and Wang Qiaoli's fingers and dripped their blood onto the master balls. Soon, the process was completed. "My pet is an E-rank heavenly eagle," Wang Qiaoli said. "Mine is a flame monkey. It's as hot as my body." Yusuruo held the master ball, satisfied. "My pet is a dragon python," Zhou Qingyi said. Her personality was similar to that of the pythons. "My pet is a 3-clawed cyclops falcon. I don't think it's as good-looking as the other pets, but it looks fierce and it can change its form. I like it." Finally, it was Li Shishuang's turn to speak. Shape-shifting. The others were envious when they heard about this talent. Li Shishuang explained, "Yes, the 3-clawed cyclops falcon can create a layer of energy to wrap me up. I can merge into its body and transform into any pet. I can change my body shape at will." The business elites were even more envious. "Okay, go ahead and build a good relationship with your pets. Ask me if you have any questions. I'm hungry. I need to get something to eat." Wu Ming rubbed his belly. He hadn't eaten anything since he started chasing after Shi Kaoyang in the afternoon. He was starving. "Sir, I'll go with you." Wang Qiaolu took advantage of the opportunity to hold Wu Ming's arm. She turned around and winked at the other business elites, feeling proud of herself. "I'm so angry." Sister Lulu took the lead again. The other business elites were so depressed that they stomped their feet. They felt that they had missed the precious opportunity to be alone with Wu Ming and have an in-depth conversation with him. A midnight snack stall. Wu Ming and Wang Qiaolu walked hand in hand and found a large supper restaurant. They sat by the window on the second floor and ordered their dishes. They looked at each other affectionately. "Boss, you're so biased." Wang Qiaolu rubbed by Feng, who was standing on the table. "They've all gotten E or even D rank pets, but my Bai Feng is still an E rank pet." Hearing this, Wu Ming smiled, gently held Wang Qiaolu's hand, and said, "White Phoenix is not simple. Its potential has reached B class. Moreover, it was born as E class. It is very powerful." Hearing this, Wang Qiaolu smiled charmingly. "Boss, I know you treat me the best. There's nothing I can do about it. We've interacted the most and understood each other better. Of course, I like you more. Boss, you're making me shy." "Don't be afraid." Wu Ming grinned. The two of them interacted occasionally and laughed constantly. However, because they were in a small private room, they didn't have to worry about disturbing others. Soon, the dishes they ordered were served one after another. "Wow, it smells so good." Wang Qiaolu quickly picked up 10 skewers of roasted leeks and put them on Wu Ming's plate. "Boss, you're too tired. You need this the most." "Wow, there's such a treasure." Wang Qiaolu saw the roasted kidney and quickly put it on Wu Ming's plate. Then, she winked at him. Wu Ming smiled bitterly. He knew that a battle was inevitable tonight. Thump, thump, thump. Right then, a string of clear high-heeled shoes came to their seats, attracting Wu Ming and Wang Qiaolu's attention. The newcomer was a charming beauty in a black tight-fitting dress. She held a menu in her hand and had her long hair dyed wine red in a bun. As she walked over, Wu Ming smelled a fragrance. H.E. Wu Ming, welcome to my humble restaurant. I'm the owner of this supper restaurant, Su Manqing. I'll pay for this meal. Su Manqing smiled at Wu Ming. Su Manqing? That name was so familiar. The next moment, Wu Ming remembered Shi Caoyang's dating diary. He remembered that Su Manqing was in it, and there were even photos of her. However, at that time, Su Manqing's long hair was not tied up. Instead, It was draped over her shoulders and dyed light blue. Wow, I can't believe I ran into Shi Caoyang's friend here. This meal is a little weird, Wu Ming complained to his heart. However, he still smiled and said, since the lady boss is treating, I won't stand on ceremony. Only a fool wouldn't want to eat for free. Anyway, Su Manqing wasn't a good person. She and Shi Caoyang got together because Shi Caoyang used to come here often for supper and was generous with his money. Great. Wu Ming have fun eating. Su Manqing walked to Wu Ming's side. Her hand gently stroked Wu Ming's shoulder and back, and she secretly left a business card. She said a few words, and then swayed her slender waist and left. Vixen, Wang Qilu glared in the direction Su Manqing left and complained in a low voice, pouting her little mouth. Wu Ming reached out and picked up a business card from the chair behind him and put it away. Boss, this woman must be up to no good. Wang Qilu hurriedly reminded him when she saw the business card. I'm not going to have a deep conversation with her. I'm just taking a business card. It's no big deal. Wu Ming smiled and put away the business card. He looked at the grilled kidney and roasted chives on the plate. Lulu, are you still working tomorrow? Wang Qilu understood right away. I can ask for leave. Besides, isn't my considerate boss right here? Wu Ming laughed. Just you wait. He picked up the roasted chives and kidney with his chopsticks at once and began to eat. Sitting across from him, Wang Qilu blushed and thought about the storm that was about to come that night. Under the night sky, Wu Ming and Wang Qilu were full. They left the supper shop and walked in the newly built park in the city. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Wu Ming asked, Lulu, are you cold? Yes. With that said, Wang Qilu leaned into Wu Ming's arms, completely ignoring the young Bai Feng standing on her shoulder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bai Feng squeaked weakly. At this moment, even Bai Feng felt cold. It wasn't really cold. After being shown off, the single dog naturally felt cold from the bottom of its heart. 11:30 at night, on the second floor of the pet store, Wu Ming and Wang Qilu finished bathing together. They stood in front of the curtains and looked at each other tenderly. In a commercial building, Su Manqing was wearing silk pajamas. She was sitting on a rocking chair, smoking and looking out the window. That's strange. How come Shi Caoyang has disappeared recently? Is he hiding from me on purpose? She was deep in thought. Chapter 416. Forget it. Don't worry about him. Now that I've hooked up with Wu Ming, if I can gain his favor, I'll definitely have a meteoric rise. Su Manqing breathed out a smoke ring and smiled. What she didn't know was that Wu Ming knew about her background. He had always kept a respectful distance from people like her. It was impossible for him to hook up with her. At the same time, in the pet store, little Tyrant was lying on the ground, covering his ears with his paws. He didn't want to hear the sound from the second floor. For a single dog like him, the sound from the second floor were too torturous. At the same time, several female dogs were walking on the street. They seemed to be hungry and were looking for food in the nearby trash cans. Woof, woof, woof. Little Tyrant's eyes lit up, and he dashed over. Tonight, he was going to be the king of dogs. The next day, 11 o'clock in the morning, Wu Ming and Wang Qilu woke up one after the other. Boss, I'm so sleepy. Then go back to sleep. Okay. The two of them slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, they washed up and went down to the first floor of the pet store. Recently, the pet store had been very quiet. The number of customers was almost zero. The main reason was that the people of Garan Castle were busy building the infrastructure. They didn't have time to look for Wu Ming to prepare evolution food. The second reason was that they had been diverted. After all, in the coffee shop 100 meters away, Wu Tianxua, the famous Class A master, was staying there. Many people were attracted by his reputation, mainly to meet him. As for Wu Ming, although he was Wu Tianxua's teacher, he was too unfamiliar with him. Besides, there were night magic vines guarding the door. Few people dared to come over. Boss, you're going to help me train White Phoenix? Wang Qilu sat on the sofa, looking at Wu Ming, who was grinding the powder. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Yes, Wu Ming nodded. White Phoenix is now a classy pet. I'm going to train it to Class D first. After a while, I'll start to break through to Class C. We'll do it step by step. Wang Chulu was pleasantly surprised. That's great. On second thought, she pouted and said, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that pet evolution is very difficult for other people, but it's very easy for you, boss. Wu Ming smiled. It's simple to begin with. The evolution of pets mainly depended on the absorption of special energy from the outside to trigger the transformation of the pets, awakening and strengthening their talents. That was the principle. It was very simple, but the process was a little complicated. In the world of pets, many people would have to work out a suitable formula to make an evolutionary food. Then they would have to choose the materials and mix the food. But for Wu Ming, the process was very simple. He had the pet shop system. He could buy recipes and obtain evolution points from dead creatures. To him, preparing food was naturally very easy. 10 minutes later, a portion of F-grade flame food was concocted and placed in the dog bowl. The young white phoenix stood at the edge of the bowl and pecked at the evolution food granules in the bowl. Its body was undergoing a transformation. Bai Feng had B-rank potential. It was born with B-rank white flame, B-rank golden claw, C-rank storm, and other talents. It didn't have E-rank or F-rank evolutionary food. Since it was born with an E-rank, Wu Ming didn't have to give Bai Feng any F-rank evolutionary food. However, in order to build a solid foundation, he decided to cultivate Bai Feng from the very beginning. He wanted to further strengthen Bai Feng's foundation so that it could be considered powerful among its peers. Squeak, squeak. After finishing the F-rank flame food, Bai Feng opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of white flame that was about the size of a lighter. Oh, not bad. Wu Ming took out a cigar and placed it in front of the flame, ready to light it up. However, when the cigar got close to the flame, it instantly turned into ashes. He burned the cigar into ashes in an instant. That's impressive. Wang Chulu expressed her shock. That's a B-rank talent, white flame. How can it not be impressive? Wu Ming smiled and took out a piece of steel bar. Hiss! As the white flame touched the steel bar, the latter immediately turned red and then melted. The entire process lasted less than half a second. He melted the steel bar in an instant. Wang Chulu looked at Bai Feng in surprise. I didn't know that Bai Feng was so impressive. I thought it was just cute. I didn't know that such a small body could contain so much energy. Wu Ming curled his lips. Big sister, that was a pet at the E rank. What was more impressive was that Bai Feng's potential had reached the B rank. It was much more powerful than the average E rank pets. On the surface, Bai Feng looked like a little white chick. When it got serious, it could defeat an F rank team. Squeak, squeak. Bai Feng was tired after spitting out flames for a minute. It lay down in the dog food bowl and closed its eyes to rest. Boss, little Bai Feng seems to be tired. That's for sure. After all, it has been spitting out flames for such a long time. It's a form of exhaustion. It's like you going for a jog. After a long time, it must be tired. Wu Ming continued to mix the evolutionary food. Of the next 4 F-rank evolutionary foods, 1 was an F-rank defensive food. The other 3 were all of the fire type. Bai Feng's main talent is fire. Therefore, I will try my best to add as many talents to fire. When I reach the F rank, E rank, D rank, and C rank, I will choose at least 3 types of fire talents. In this way, Bai Feng's innate talent, the B rank white spirit flame, will be enhanced to the maximum. When Bai Feng becomes a B rank pet, even an A rank pet will have to retreat when it spits out flames. Wu Ming explained. Really? Wang Chulu found it hard to believe. A B-rank flame could force an A-rank pet to retreat? If Wu Ming hadn't said it himself, she wouldn't have believed it. Of course. Wu Ming nodded. All the evolutionary foods I have mixed are of superior quality. The effect is 30% higher than the inferior ones. After stacking up, Bai Feng, a B-rank pet, is no worse than an A-rank pet. Also, Bai Feng will be enhanced by the fire talent during each level. Therefore, the B-rank white spirit flame can enhance the effect to the maximum. Taking the above 2 factors into consideration, Baifeng's combat strength is astonishing. When it is a B-rank pet, it can deal with an A-rank pet. This is what it means to fight above one's rank. Wu Ming gave a detailed explanation. It wasn't impossible to fight above one's rank. However, one would need to accumulate a lot of experience and be enhanced in all aspects. Baifeng's situation happened to fit the bill. In the future, Baifeng could become a surprise weapon that could play a crucial role at critical moments. After hearing Wu Ming's explanation, Wang Qilu was surprised. She nodded repeatedly, thinking about how Baifeng could force an A-rank pet to retreat after reaching adulthood. Her eyes were filled with longing for the future. "Thank you, boss." Wang Qilu was overjoyed. She threw herself into Wu Ming's arms, almost hanging on to him. Now is not the time to be happy. Wu Ming patted her soft shoulder. "I will continue to mix evolutionary foods." "Okay." Wang Qilu sat down at once, not daring to disturb him. After mixing 1 F-rank defensive food and 3 F-rank fire-type evolutionary foods, Wu Ming fed them to Baifeng at once. Then, he started to mix 5 E-rank food. When Baifeng was born, it was already an E-rank pet. Its foundation was already there. Today, it could start to break through to D-rank. Of course, after transforming into D-rank, it would have to stop temporarily. Otherwise, its foundation would be unstable. Chapter 417. 7:00 at night. Wu Ming had prepared 5 sets of level E evolutionary food. One was level E defensive food, one was level E healing halo, and the other 3 were level E roaring flames, level E blazing change, and level E blazing Sunday. Level E healing halo is a must, Wu Ming said, because we can't guarantee that we won't get hurt. With the level E healing halo, beast tamers with severe injuries can recover quickly. Yes, I understand. Wang Qilu nodded and continued to ask, "Boss, are you saying that the level E healing halo is mainly a life-saving measure for beast tamers?" "Yes, that's right." Wu Ming smiled. People were the foundation. This was a must. If beast tamers couldn't protect themselves, what was the point of having pets? The original purpose of training pets was to protect the human world and beast tamers themselves. Therefore, level E healing halo was a must. "Come, little Baifeng, eat it." Wang Qilu held Baifeng in her arms and pointed at the 5 evolutionary foods on the table. She told Baifeng to eat them one by one. Chirp, chirp. Baifeng was very obedient. It did as it was told. 10 minutes later, after White Phoenix finished eating all of the E-grade defensive food, its body glowed with radiance, and its body grew larger. Chirp, chirp. Baifeng stretched its wings to its heart's content. Its wingspan was almost 1 meter long. It was almost the same as an ordinary eagle. "Keep eating," Wang Qilu urged. Baifeng was a level E pet. It could break through to level D. Before that, it was not afraid that it would fall into a deep sleep. Chirp, chirp. Baifeng tilted its head and looked at Wang Qilu. It patted its belly with its wings as if to say that it was full. Wu Ming yawned and drank a glass of water. He said, "Let Baifeng rest for a while first. It won't be too late to eat later." "Okay." Wang Qilu had to stop urging him. Wu Ming turned on the TV. At this time, the TV was broadcasting the news. All major cities, attention. Recently, there's been a tsunami on the sea accompanied by a violent typhoon. It is about to invade the inland. Citizens, please be prepared. Latest news. There are ferocious beasts in the center of this typhoon. Citizens, please be careful. Wu Ming switched a few channels. There were a lot of similar news. They were all talking about the typhoon that came from the sea. It seems that Garan Castle will not be peaceful in the near future. Wu Ming muttered. Garan Castle was not located too far inland. It was only about 1,000 kilometers away from the sea. If a typhoon came, it wouldn't be good. "Boss, will the typhoon affect the construction of Garan Castle?" Wang Qilu's pretty face was full of worry. "Definitely." Wu Ming nodded. "Then what should we do?" Wang Qilu frowned. Wu Ming was silent for a while before he said, "It should take a few days for the typhoon to reach us. I believe that the City Lord's mansion will respond and ensure that there are no problems with the fortifications. Wang Chulu suddenly understood and said, "That's true. We're not from the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion can handle the safety of the entire city." Yes, Wu Ming nodded. "However, if there's a need, we'll go and help. As the saying goes, when one side is in trouble, all sides will help." "Okay." Wang Chulu nodded. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Wu Ming and Wang Chulu looked up and saw an enchanting beauty wearing a tight leather jacket and leather pants standing in front of the door with a large takeout in her hand. "Hello, Wu Ming. Your takeout." The beauty handed the takeout over. "Hey, you are?" Wu Ming looked at the woman and found that she was a female assassin from the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. Wu Ming, you must be joking. How would you know a nobody like me?" The female assassin blinked. Wu Ming immediately understood. He knew that this female assassin usually disguised herself as a female rider delivering takeout and did not want to expose her identity. Therefore, Wu Ming did not point out. "I just feel that you look a little familiar. Now it seems that you look a little like a friend of mine." Wu Ming took the takeout and said, Wu Ming really knows how to joke. After saying that, the female assassin continued to deliver the takeout. "Boss, do you know her?" Wang Chulu flipped through the fragrant takeout and looked at Wu Ming. "Yes, she's a female assassin from the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild." Wu Ming did not hide it. Wang Chulu was not an outsider. She could know about this kind of thing. Besides, Thunder Spirit Conglomerate bought the Red Mask Assassin Guild, and the Red Mask Assassin Guild was buying the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild. Wang Chulu was the female assassin's boss. Female assassin? Wang Chulu's eyes widened. "No way. She actually delivers takeout?" Wu Ming patted Wang Chulu's shoulder and said, "Don't underestimate the delivery riders. They all have unique skills and are not simple." Oh. Wang Chulu nodded. Next, the two of them began to eat dinner. 8 o'clock at night. Wang Chulu continued to feed White Phoenix with the E-Class evolution food that Wu Ming had prepared, causing it to grow continuously. 9:30 at night. All the E-Class evolution food had been digested. At this time, White Phoenix was already 1 meter tall. When spread its wings, it easily reached 3 meters. The peak of E-Class. Wang Chulu hugged White Phoenix's neck and rubbed her face against the soft feathers on its neck. She was very happy. "The current White Phoenix can already carry you and fly," Wu Ming reminded her. "Really? Why don't we go out and try it?" "Okay." Wang Chulu changed into the second-generation dark gold armor and walked to the street outside with White Phoenix. "White Phoenix, let's go. Let's fly together. Chirp, chirp." White Phoenix spread its wings and flew up easily. Its two sharp claws grabbed Wang Chulu's shoulders and carried her into the sky. In an instant, there were dozens of meters in the air and accelerated. So fast. This was the first time Wang Chulu relied on her pet's strength to fly. Looking at the beautiful night scenery of Garan Castle and recalling all the things that had happened during this period, her heart was filled with sweetness. If she hadn't met Wu Ming, she would still be like a canary being kept in captivity by the Thunder Spirit Consortium. She wouldn't have become a happy woman. The beautiful life she had now was all because of Wu Ming. "Boss is so nice." She pressed her sexy red lips tightly and looked at Wu Ming, who was standing in front of the pet store. She couldn't help but wave at him. Wu Ming waved back with a smile on his face. Another peak E-Class pet has been trained. Also, after tonight, White Phoenix should be able to break through to the D-Class. Wu Ming whispered. One of the conditions for unlocking the advanced store was to train 3 A-Class pets. It didn't have to be one's own pet. It could also be someone else's pet. Therefore, it was possible to train White Phoenix to the A-Class. However, Wu Ming's plan was to train Netherworld Sovereign to the A-Class first. As for the other pets, he would think about it later. System, does it mean that the more pets I train, the better my luck during the lucky draw? Wu Ming asked in his heart. Yes, the system confirmed. Chapter 4:18. That will do. Wu Ming nodded. Training pets would benefit both himself and others. Training pets for his own people would not only strengthen the overall strength of his team, but also increase his chances of winning prizes in the system store. Of course, he had to do this more often. Boss, the night is so beautiful. Wang Chulu was admiring the night view in the sky. Facing the wind, she felt very happy and comfortable. 5 minutes later, Wang Chulu returned to Wu Ming's side and took off her dark golden armor. Her pretty face was rosy. Under the dim yellow light, she looked even more beautiful. She looked at Wu Ming in front of her. Come in. It's cold outside. Wu Ming took Wang Chulu's hand and led her to the couch. He looked at the mature stage white phoenix, standing at the door with its head held high and its chest puffed out. The corners of his mouth curled up. White phoenix's evolution is smoother than I thought. Wu Ming was satisfied. Boss, I found that white phoenix has grown so big that it can protect me now, Wang Chulu said softly. Of course, it has entered the mature stage. The next step will be the mature stage. Of course, it can protect you. Wu Ming explained. Wang Chulu was curious. She asked, Boss, are there stages for pets? Wu Ming nodded. Of course. Then, how are the stages of a pet's growth? Wang Chulu was curious. Wu Ming explained. The growth cycle of a pet is generally divided into 5 stages: incubation, infancy, growth, mature stage, and peak. The incubation stage refers to the time when the pet is not yet born. For example, the pet is still in its mother's womb or in its egg. The infancy stage is the time when the pet is just born. The pet is still very young and its combat ability is not strong. Usually, the most suitable stages for a pet to recognize its master are the incubation and infancy stages. Next is the mature stage. This is the process from the beginning of the pet's growth to the mature stage. It can be considered a relatively long period. The current Bifong has just entered the growth stage. After that is the maturity stage. Generally speaking, if a pet's potential is at the B rank, then it will be considered mature when it reaches the B rank. Otherwise, it will be considered growing. As for the peak period, this is very interesting. For example, White Phoenix has B-class potential. When it grows to B-class, it will be considered a mature stage. If it continues to advance and reaches the peak of B-class or even a class, it will be considered a peak stage. For a pet with potential of being at the D level, when it reaches the peak of the D level or even the C or B level, that pet will be at its peak. Therefore, the peak period is very long. Under normal circumstances, the peak period of a pet's life is the longest period of its life. Second to that is the growth period. Wu Ming's explanation was very detailed. Wang Chulu nodded as she listened. She felt that her knowledge had increased again, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. All right, next, let's concoct a portion of D-class evolution food for Bifong to advance to D-class. If it's fast, we should be able to succeed by tomorrow morning. Wu Ming sat up straight with a serious look on his face. Sir, which talent are you going to choose for Little White? Wang Chulu looked at the dazzling array of herbs on the table. Wu Ming smiled. According to the previous advancement plan, White Phoenix will have to add 3 types of talent for fire at each level. As for the other 2, they will be added depending on the situation. After a pause, Wu Ming continued. I have a type of evolution food called the D-Class Super Transformation. It can allow a pet to enter a combat mode and increase its defense, speed, attack, perception, and other attributes by 50%. This type of talent is very suitable to enhance White Phoenix's talent for fire and maximize its power. Lulu, what do you think? To this day, Wu Ming still felt that the D-Class Super Transformation was very useful. Among all the D-Class talents, it was the most versatile. With that said, Wu Ming looked at Wang Chulu. He was waiting for her answer. With a smack, Wang Chulu had already kissed Wu Ming on the cheek. She looked at him with a grin, but she didn't say anything. Her meaning was very clear. Okay, I will prepare a D-Class Super Transformation now. Wu Ming began to choose the ingredients. After the initial weighing, grinding, precise weighing, mixing, and other steps, he began to pour in 50 evolution points to catalyze. 1 minute later, the crystal-clear D-Class Super Transformation food was piled up in a dog bowl and placed in front of White Phoenix. Squeak, squeak. White Phoenix couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly ate. Kikeek. Soon, it let out a strange sound and lay on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. A ball of pale white flames ignited on the surface of its body, constantly burning the feathers on the surface of its body. However, after the old feathers were burned, brand new feathers quickly grew out. Its body had also grown larger. Boss, will Little White become bigger than a house in the future? If that's the case, it will be inconvenient to bring it to many places. Wang Chulu was a bit worried. It won't. Wu Ming shook his head. Really? Wang Chulu's eyes lit up. Wu Ming explained, the bigger a pet's body is when it is born, the bigger it will become in the future. However, this is not absolute. Some pets are only that big. No matter what rank they reach, their body size will remain the same. The rainbow-winged chameleon was such a case. Why is that? Wang Chulu was like a curious child. She blinked her big eyes that were filled with curiosity. Wu Ming thought about it and explained, this depends on which type of evolution the pet is walking. If it's a strength type, its body size will generally be bigger. If it's a skill type, its body size doesn't need to be that big. It will be fine as long as its body has enough energy to use its talent. Then, what type of evolution does Little White belong to? Wang Chulu asked again. It's a comprehensive evolution. Its body size is between a large pet and a small pet. It has a certain level of foundation and strength and is very strong in terms of skills. It can be considered a jack of all trades. Wu Ming explained, however, I have chosen a more extreme evolution path for it. In the future, its skills will become more and more abnormal. Oh, I see. Wang Chulu nodded. Wu Ming added, Little White won't be big. Little White's size shouldn't be too big in the future. Its height won't exceed 3 meters, and its wingspan will be about 5 meters. When its wings are folded, it will be about the same size as an average person. When a bird was 3 meters tall, that was when it stood upright. If Bai Feng shrank its neck a little and lowered its head, it could walk through the door of an ordinary building like an adult. Bai Feng could go anywhere that Wang Chulu could go. That night, Bai Feng was lying on the ground, undergoing a metamorphosis. As for Wu Ming and Wang Chulu, they went back to the second floor of the pet store to have an in-depth discussion. The next day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Wu Ming woke up slowly. He opened his eyes and saw a phoenix that was about 1.5 meters tall standing in front of his bed. It was entirely white and had beautiful feathers. There were 3 flame-like feathers on its head. At the moment, Bai Feng was staring at Wu Ming and Wang Chulu curiously. Ha ha ha. After entering the growth stage, Bai Feng's voice and intelligence had changed. Seeing that Wu Ming had woken up, Bai Feng grinned. It seemed to be asking, did you sleep well last night? Did it become a spirit? Seeing Bai Feng's appearance, Wu Ming's eyes widened. This Bai Feng's intelligence seemed to be higher than what was recorded. Chapter 419. Xiao Bai, why are you peeking at me? Wang Chulu woke up. She saw Bai Feng standing by the bed and giggling. She quickly pulled up the blanket to cover her smooth skin. Wu Ming rubbed Wang Chulu's head and said, Xiao Bai is a female. It's fine to look at you. You're so annoying. Wang Chulu curled up under the blanket, blushing. Ha ha ha. Bai Feng was still standing by the bed, giggling at the two of them. She looked a bit like a donkey. That was Wu Ming's first thought. Get up, get up. Wu Ming pulled Wang Chulu out of bed and went to the narrow bathroom to take a shower. They brushed their teeth and got dressed before they went to the first floor of the pet store. Boss, look, the villa is almost done. Wang Chulu walked past the back door of the pet store and saw that the luxurious villa on the other side of the river was in the final stage of construction. Exquisite decorations were being done. They would be able to move in a week. Soon, Wu Ming stood next to Wang Chulu, holding a bowl of noodles with her. They walked along the cobblestone path and enjoyed the scenery nearby. A gentle breeze blew over, a cool breeze blowing. Wang Chulu's hair was blown up. She looked at Wu Ming against the wind, which made her even more beautiful. Wu Ming admitted that he was in love. He might not have felt love when he was with Wang Chulu, but as time went by, he realized that he really seemed to have fallen in love with the women around him. Lulu, you're so beautiful, Wu Ming smiled and said, looking at the beautiful Wang Chulu and thinking about Su Qianqian, Lin Yin, and Zhao Shi. He realized that he already had them in his heart. He was sure that this was love. Maybe it was just pure desire at the beginning, but it was no longer so. This was a kind of love, but also a kind of responsibility. I will be responsible for them, Wu Ming said to himself. Wang Chulu opened her eyes wide and looked at Wu Ming. Boss, you don't look well. Are you not feeling well? Wu Ming pulled Wang Chulu into his arms. No, I'm fine. Huh? Wang Chulu giggled. The two of them stood side by side in front of the railing by the river, eating noodles together while facing the wind and looking at the villa on the other side of the river. That would be their future home. Voila! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew, causing the willow trees on both sides of the river to sway and their leaves to fall. What happened? Looking at the leaf that had fallen into the bowl, Wang Chulu was stunned. She looked to the southeast and found that there were dark clouds drifting over. They were very fast, and before long, they covered the entire Garan castle. A typhoon is coming. Wu Ming's expression became serious. Didn't you see the news before? According to the news, a typhoon is about to land, and there are ferocious beasts in the center of the vortex. I just don't know if the center of the typhoon will pass through Garan Castle. Wang Chulu shrank into Wu Ming's arms and said, I hope not. Wu Ming shook his head. That's hard to say, but to be honest, I don't want the center of the typhoon to pass through here. After all, the construction of Garan Castle is still in progress. Soon, the two of them returned to the pet store and closed the doors and windows. In Garan Castle, everyone knew that the typhoon was coming. They put away their clothes and closed the doors and windows to prevent their belongings from being blown away. Attention, citizens! Attention, citizens! The loudspeaker installed on the street sounded. It was the voice of the mayor of Garan Castle. Latest news. Typhoon Sky Hunter has landed. The wind that blew today is the storm at the edge of the typhoon, not the central area. However, tomorrow afternoon at the latest, the Sky Hunter will land completely. Also, the center will pass through Garan Castle. Citizens, you must stock up on food and water. Don't go out in the next few days. Remember, the mayor of Garan Castle sounded very serious. Even a 3-year-old child knew that the Typhoon Sky Hunter was terrible. Wow. Many children were scared to tears. Hurry up, go to the supermarket and buy things. Many people rushed into the nearby supermarket or convenience store to grab the food. Even the store owner was dumbfounded. Damn it, you didn't pay. With that, the store owner rushed out with a knife. Similar things happened occasionally in Garan Castle. Mu Wanru, the captain of the law enforcement team, hurried to bring people to maintain order. In addition, the mayor's office was also sending more people. As for the fortifications, they were speeding up. Although the walls of the city had not been completed yet, they had been built to a height of dozens of meters. They had strong defensive capabilities, stronger than most cities. The Typhoon Sky Hunter will arrive tomorrow, and the center will pass through Garan Castle. Hurry up and get ready. How's the drainage system? Don't worry, Mayor. The water level of the nearby river has not risen for the time being. It can withstand the discharge of a rainstorm. Continue the inspection. In the mayor's office, the mayor of Garan Castle issued orders one after another. The staff in all areas hurried to report the situation, not daring to be careless. Looking at the information on the big screen, the mayor of Garan Castle looked serious and discussed countermeasures with the other mayors of the cities. In the pet store, ring, ring, ring. Wu Ming looked at his phone and saw that it was from the mayor of Garan Castle. He thought about it and immediately answered, I'm Wu Ming. My lord, the latest news. The center of the Typhoon Sky Hunter will pass through Garan Castle. What should we do? I heard that there are ferocious beasts above Class C in the center of the typhoon. The mayor of Garan Castle was worried. Wu Ming was very calm and said, even if I don't do anything, Do you think a classy, ferocious beast can pose a threat to Garan Castle? Don't forget that Wu Tianxua is still on Nanwen Street. The mayor of Garan Castle was relieved. That's true. I heard that Master Wu Tianxua's lightning BMW is a Class A pet. There shouldn't be any danger. I'll do it when it's time. You just need to stabilize the facilities in Garan Castle, Wu Ming added. With the support of Wu Ming and Wu Tianxua, the mayor of Garan Castle calmed down and said, "Okay." On this day, the wind was howling and the rain was pouring. In the pet store, Wu Ming sat on the sofa and watched the rain fall on the street. He found that the water had begun to rise. Fortunately, the drainage system of Garan Castle was good. It didn't take long for the water to reach the ankles, and it didn't rise again. "Boss, I'm so scared." Wang Chulu hid in Wu Ming's arms. Wu Ming patted her on the shoulder and watched the TV program, which was playing the news. It was about the Typhoon Air Hunter. From the sea to Garan Castle, the Typhoon Sky Hunter didn't pass by any large cities. Therefore, there were no reports of casualties for the time being. Soon it was night. Under the night sky, Wu Ming hugged Wang Chulu gently. Since the center of the typhoon would reach Garan Castle the next day, the rain was heavier. "I think I should go check the wind." Wu Ming looked up at the night sky outside. He put on the third-generation dragon scale armor and was ready to go out. "Boss, be careful." Wang Chulu was worried. She wanted to help, but she also knew that she was too weak. She would only be a burden to Wu Ming. "Wait for me at home." Wu Ming kissed Wang Chulu and left the pet store in the heavy rain. He stepped on a black cloud and flew to the southeast. 800 kilometers away, high in the sky, a huge whirlpool was spinning rapidly, stirring up a storm of wind above level 10 within 100 kilometers. This was the center of the Typhoon Sky Hunter. In 8 hours, it would reach Garan Castle. Crack! Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Wu Ming looked up. Through the dazzling lightning, he could see countless huge figures in the center of the storm. Those were ferocious beasts. There are indeed many ferocious beasts. Instead of waiting for death, I'd rather take the initiative to attack, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. Crack! He stepped on the black cloud and moved faster than the speed of sound. He held the B-grade ion sword and charged at the storm. Chapter 420. Wu Ming kept moving forward. Although his speed had exceeded the speed of sound, and he was making loud noises, no one noticed that Wu Ming had left because of the loud noise of the rainy night and the thunder and lightning. In the pet store, "Boss, you have to be fine." Wang Chulu caressed the part of her face that was kissed by Wu Ming and hugged by Feng tightly. "Woof, woof, woof." Little Tyrant let out a low roar. He wanted to help, but he was too weak. In a battle of this level, there was nothing he could do. Even if he went, he would only be a burden. On the counter, Netherworld Prime was nowhere to be seen. At the moment, it was standing on Wu Ming's shoulder. Together with the colorful winged chameleon, they were staring coldly at the storm in the night sky. "I hope your time ability can be of use." Wu Ming rubbed Netherworld Prime's head. Netherworld Prime's innate talent was the Sun Moon Divine Eyes. This was a super powerful S-rank talent. Its function was to rotate the sun and the moon, releasing frost and fire. The combination of the two would create a domain of ice and fire. It could control time and speed up, slow down, and reverse the flow of time within a certain range. Although Netherworld Prime was only at the peak of C rank, this skill was after all S rank. Even if it could not exert its full power, it was still very powerful. When used at a critical moment, the effect would be no less than a B-rank talent used by a mature pet. Boom! Wu Ming was moving faster and faster. With his current speed, it took him less than half an hour to reach the central area of the Typhoon Air Hunter. Crack! Lightning flashed in the sky. Visible to the naked eye, countless huge figures were flapping their wings in the center of the storm. From time to time, they would stretch their bodies and open their mouths full of sharp teeth. It was a terrifying sight. 1, 2, 3, 180. Wu Ming was stunned. Although he had only taken one look, his memory was very good. Based on the images in his memory, He could tell that there were close to 200 powerful beasts hovering in the center of the storm. That's a lot of evolution points. Wu Ming licked his lips. Although he had not used the Eye of Insight, Wu Ming had a vague idea. Among the nearly 200 dire beasts, there were more than 50 D-class dire beasts. At least 10 C-class dire beasts. As for Class B, there seemed to be 2. What kind of concept was that? The army of dire beasts inside the Typhoon Skyliner was enough to destroy the Garan castle under normal circumstances. The so-called normal state referred to the time when there were no 2 variables, Wu Ming and Wu Tianxua, under normal circumstances. Even though Garan Castle had gathered the elites of the 21 cities around it, there were only more than 20 pets of Class C and above. Since there were no Class B pets, they were no match for the Typhoon Sky Hunter at all. Fortunately, I came to scout for information about the enemy. Otherwise, when the center of the typhoon reaches Garan Castle, it will be very dangerous, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. So far, no A-class dire beasts have been found. If there were no such beasts, then the Devil Atomic Beast alone would be able to kill them all. Roar. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the distant sky. A B-rank winged blue dragon flew over. In each of its claws was a huge pet. B-rank raging gorilla. B-rank single-horned mountain lizard. There were 3 B-rank pets in total. Their respective beast tamers were standing on top of their heads. All of them were wearing nano-level combat suits. Wu Ming turned on his Eye of Insight at once. They are from the 6 major families of Nanjiang City. 2 of them are from the Sun family, and the other one is from the Wang family. Wu Ming murmured. At this moment, the storm was howling. He was covered by the black fog transformed by the Devil Atomic Beast. He was not afraid of being discovered. He landed on a mountaintop, just like that. Wu Ming was going to sit on the mountaintop and watch the tigers fight. Mr. Wang, I have checked with the device and found that there are many dire beasts inside the typhoon. Really? How many? 2 Class B, 10 Class C, 45 Class D, and the rest are all Class E and F, about 200 of them. No, and these are only the dire beasts in the center of the storm. I found that there are many more dire beasts coming from around the storm. I estimate that there are as many as 500 of them. What are their ranks? Don't worry about them. Don't worry. Okay, us 3 Class B beast tamers will definitely be able to kill this army of dire beasts. By then, the Wang family and the Sun family will make a fortune. Yeah, the 3 Class B beast tamers laughed out loud. One of them was called Mr. Wang, and the other 2 were called Mr. Sun and Mr. Sun, respectively. Due to the noise here, they were shouting when they spoke. Not far away, Wu Ming was sitting on a mountaintop. Nether Sovereign's hearing was very good. He heard everything clearly. Wu Ming also learned the purpose of the 3 Class B Beast Tamers trip. Looks like I really have to sit on a mountaintop and watch the tigers fight, Wu Ming whispered. In fact, he did not want to sit and watch. Because compared to watching the Sun family and the Wang family harvest this army of dire beasts, Wu Ming was more willing to take all of them. If he was lucky, this army of dire beasts would be enough to provide him with tens of thousands of evolution points. Those dire beast cores and leather armors could also be sold at a good price. The total value would be at least several billion. Wu Ming did not want to miss out on such a fat piece of meat. However, he still felt that something was not right. Woo woo woo. Staring at the center of the storm, Nether Sovereign let out a low growl from his throat, as if he was afraid and warning. This army of dire beasts is not simple. At least, they are not as easy to deal with as they look. Let the Sun family and the Wang family scout the way for me. Wu Ming's lips curled up slightly. In the sky, since the 3 beast tamers from the Sun family and the Wang family did not hide their tracks, the 2 Class B dire beasts in the center of the storm had already started to roar as they arrived. Roar! They tore through the storm and surrounded the 3 Class B beast tamers in the sky with their hundreds of dire beasts. Bang! Lightning appeared and lit up everything. The true forms of the 2 Class B dire beasts were finally revealed. They looked like swordfish with a pair of blade-like wings on their backs. There's also a pair of sharp claws on the lower abdomen of the front end of their bodies, shining with cold light. It's two Class B king shorebirds. Be careful, they're not easy to deal with. The beast tamers from the Sun family and the Wang family turn pale. Wu Ming also saw the appearance of the king shorebirds. He activated the Eye of Insight, and detailed information appeared in his vision. Name: King Swordbird. Beast level: Elite Class B. Introduction: one of the Overlord Dire Beast clans of the sea. They have extremely high speed and sharp beak. They can rely on their extreme speed to penetrate strong armor in an instant. Talents: Class B Terror Speed, Class B Tenacious Scale, Class B Sword-Shaped Exoskeleton Thrust. Seeing this, Wu Ming could not help but turn serious. An elite B-Class Dire Beast with 3 different talents, and one of its B-Class talents was Defense. To make matters worse, there were a bunch of other pets of the same type. Wu Ming looked at the 2 Class B King Shorebirds. Behind them, the hundreds of Dire Beasts were all from the King Shorebirds clan. These 3 Class B Beast Tamers are in trouble, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. Chapter 421. With the strength of the 3 B-grade beast tamers from the Sun family and the Wang family, they might not be able to defeat these king swordsbirds. Looks like I have a chance to make a move. Wu Ming stood up. As long as the 3 B-grade beast tamers from the Wang family and the Sun family were at a disadvantage or were forced to retreat by the king swordsbirds, he would be able to take the opportunity to make a move and sweep the battlefield. Let these 2 families test the waters first, in case they encounter any danger later. Wu Ming crossed his arms, as steady as an old dog. High in the sky. Let's attack together. The 3 beast tamers from the Sun family and the Wang family were like arrows on the bow. They had no choice but to attack immediately. Roar! Mr. Wang's B-grade winged blue dragon roared and opened his mouth to spit out a large amount of bone-piercing ice thorns. More than 10 E-grade and F-grade king swordsbirds could not dodge in time and were turned into sieves. Their bodies were covered in ice, and they fell to the ground powerlessly with a boom sound. Dong dong dong. Mr. Sun's B-grade, raging gorilla, kept pounding its chest. Its 2 fists started to glow and merged with Mr. Sun, who was standing on its head, to ensure that he was not in danger. Boom! As the B-grade raging gorilla leaped and waved its fists, a D-grade king swordsbird's head was immediately smashed. Let's go too, Mr. Sun from the Sun family shouted and merged with the B-grade unicorn mountain lizard's body. Whoosh! This B-grade unicorn mountain lizard suddenly extended its wings and flew in the air. It pounced on a C-grade king swordsbird that could not dodge in time and bit it to pieces. Roar! The 2 B-grade king swordsbirds saw many of their kind being killed, and their eyes shone with passion. Boom! The 2 B-grade king swordsbirds flapped their wings with all their might, and their speed instantly soared to more than 600 meters per second. They were considered the top among B-grade beasts. In an instant, they were already closing in on the B-class berserk gorilla and the B-class unicorn mountain lizard respectively. They folded their wings in an instant and thrust their bodies forward like a sharp longsword. Poochie! The B-grade raging gorilla was not suited for high-altitude combat. Its reaction time in the air was too long, and it could not dodge at all. The B-grade king swordsbird pierced through its chest. Roar! The B-grade berserk gorilla abruptly exerted force, using its muscles to clamp down on the thorns that number 1 B-grade sword king bird had pierced into its body. It raised its glowing and hot fists, aiming at the sword king bird's head and smashing it fiercely. Screech! Number 1 B-grade sword king bird let out a blood-curdling scream. One of its eyeballs had been blasted out. Its 2 front claws reached out and pierced into the B-grade berserk gorilla's chest wound, tearing it apart with all its might. Roar! The raging gorilla was a mammal after all, and its sense of pain was very sensitive. It immediately cried out in pain and no longer had the strength to wave its fists. Rip! Another B-grade sword king bird, number 2, had originally charged towards the B-grade Unicorn Mountain Lizard, but it was dodged by it. Seeing that number 1 Swordbird King was hit, it immediately turned around and aimed its thorns at the Berserk Gorilla's eyes, stabbing over at a speed of more than 600 meters per second. Do you think we don't exist? At this moment, the B-grade Unicorn Mountain Lizard and the B-grade Double-Winged Blue Dragon charged over. Together, they sent number 2, the B-grade Swordbird King, that was about to attack flying. "Kill this bastard," the Berserk Gorilla said in the human language. After merging with a pet, the beast tamer could speak through the pet's body, but the voice would be deep and rough. Boom, boom, boom. The Berserk Gorilla grabbed number 1, B-grade Swordbird King's head with one hand and pulled it out. The Berserk Gorilla clenched its other hand into a fist and kept punching the other eye of the Swordbird King. Bang! Finally, both eyes of number 1 Swordbird Kings were blasted out. At the same time, the B-grade Unicorn Mountain Lizard came over and bit number 1 Swordbird King's neck. The Unicorn Mountain Lizard began a death roll like a crocodile. Rip! Number 1 Swordbird King was strong. Still, it could not withstand the joint attack of 2 B-grade elite pets of the same rank. Its neck was bitten off. Its body fell to the ground, powerless. It had already died. Roar! Number 2, B-grade Swordbird King, let out a heart-wrenching cry. Let's go together. 3 against 1. Let's kill it. The B-grade Double-Winged Blue Dragon swung its heavy tail. Like a horrifying steel whip, number 2, B-grade Swordbird King's body cracked open. Scales splashed out like water and blood gushed out from the wound. Bang! Number 2, B-grade Swordbird King's body fell to the ground, close to number 1, B-grade Swordbird King's body and the other low-grade Swordbirds. The Swordbird King stared at the corpses of its kind. Its eyes were filled with sympathy, pity, pain, and other complicated emotions. But soon, only viciousness was left in the Swordbird King's eyes. At the top of the mountain, Wu Ming slapped his forehead. Alas, I don't think I will have a chance to make a move. What should I do? I can't just rob them, can I? Wu Ming was full of regret. If he had known that those Swordbird Kings were so weak, he would have just taken action and wiped them out. But now, the Wang family and the Sun family had taken advantage of him. How unlucky! High in the sky, a large number of Swordbird Kings flapped their wings and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Mr. Wang and Mr. Sun, the 2 beast tamers, rode the B-grade Double-Winged Blue Dragon and the B-grade Unicorn Mountain Lizard over. Rip! Faced with the aggressive attacks of the 2 B-grade pets, the army of beasts that were not even at the B-grade had no time to dodge. In an instant, dozens of beasts were killed. Bang, bang, bang. Their corpses fell to the ground next to number 2 B-grade Swordbird King's body that was lying in a pool of blood. Bang. Right then, the B-grade Raging Gorilla that could not fly landed on the ground. The ground trembled. One is dead. The other one is still alive. The Raging Gorilla glared at number 1 Swordbird King's body that was already dead. Then, it turned to number 2 B-grade Swordbird King's body that was still alive. The Raging Gorilla dashed over. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened. The severely wounded number 2 B-grade Swordbird King's body suddenly swung its tail and opened its mouth. The inside of its mouth was glowing, forming a strange dark golden swirl that swallowed up the nearby Swordbird King's body. Then, its wounds were healed in an instant. Even his body had grown a size larger. The spike on its head was glowing with a strange cold light. Under the illumination of the lightning, the spike looked like a horrifying sword that could kill gods. Rip! Number 2 B-grade Swordbird King's body sped up. The spike on its head pierced through the old wounds on the B-grade Raging Gorilla. Then, the Raging Gorilla was cut in half. Even the beast tamer, Mr. Sun, died on the spot. **T. Wu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the whole process from the top of the mountain. He didn't expect number 2 B-grade Swordbird King's body to have such a move. The Swordbird King's body had reached the peak of B-grade in an instant. In a one-on-one fight, the Swordbird King's body could easily injure an elite B-grade pet. Is this evolution by devouring? Wu Ming couldn't help but ask the system. Yes. but it is limited to devouring its own kind and using its bloodline to strengthen itself, the system replied. Then, why did number 2 B-grade Swordbird King's body devour its own kind? Wu Ming was curious. The Swordbird King's body will not kill its own kind. However, they will eat the dead bodies of their own kind without hesitation. This is a way of evolution and also a memory that is imprinted in the genes of the Swordbird King's body. The system explained again. Hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that such a strange species of beast existed in this world. They could use the dead bodies of their own kind to strengthen themselves. If the Swordbird King's body could reproduce in large numbers, and they often launched wars, they could rely on the dead bodies of their own kind to level up quickly. It could be said that this species was dangerous. High in the sky, the B-grade winged old man and the B-grade unicorn mountain lizard had also noticed what was happening on the ground. They bellowed. Boom! They instantly broke through the speed of sound and dashed to the ground. Chapter 422. Crack. Both the B-grade winged blue dragon and the B-grade single-horn mountain lizard were cold-blooded animals. They were not afraid of injuries. The more they fought, the braver they became. They reached the ground in an instant. At the same time, they knocked away number 2, the B-grade king swordbird, which had just finished a round of strengthening. Seeing the raging gorilla cut in half and no longer showing any signs of life, the B-grade winged blue dragon and the B-grade single-horn mountain lizard bellowed at the sky. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. We will kill you. The winged blue dragon and the single-horn mountain lizard bellowed at the same time, representing the anger of the beast tamers inside them. They had planned to hunt down the king swordbird in the air while it was running away. As for the raging gorilla, its job was to land on the ground and finish off the wounded number 2 king swordbird. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Regret, pain, and anger filled the hearts of the 2 B-grade beast tamers. They had become much stronger after combining with their pets. One of them spewed out piercing ice spikes. The ice spikes covered the sky and enveloped number 2 king swordbird in an instant. The other whipped its tail and unleashed a force of more than 2,000 tons. Facing the 2 terrifying attacks, number 2 king swordbird was not afraid at all. Its eyes were as cold as ice. Whoosh! It whipped its tail and flapped its wings. It instantly broke through the speed of sound and dodged the attacks. But that was not enough. Number 2 king swordbird turned around and pierced the eye of the B-grade single-horn mountain lizard with its ice spikes. The lizard was sent flying for hundreds of meters and crashed into a mountain. Roar! The B-grade single-horn mountain lizard was in pain. It whipped its heavy tail in an attempt to kill number 2 king swordbird. However, number 2 king swordbird was smart. It pulled out its ice spikes and dodged sideways. With a slap, the B-grade single-horn mountain lizard's tail had hit its own head. The king swordbird was howling in pain. Roar! At this moment, the B-grade winged blue dragon had arrived as well. A large amount of ice spikes shot out. Like sharp swords, the ice spikes covered 1,000 meters in an instant. Even the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The falling rain was instantly frozen. That scene was quite miraculous. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was covered in ice and snow. Even Wu Ming, who was watching the battle from the top of the mountain, felt that the level of this battle was very high, reaching an unimaginable level. A breath of cold air froze everything within a radius of 100 meters. This kind of talent was really powerful. Facing the menacing B-grade double-winged azure dragon, number 2 B-grade sword king bird didn't panic at all. It actually flapped its wings in an instant and flew to the front of a mountain wall, dodging the frost impalement. The next moment, its body slowly shrank, and its tail pressed against the mountain wall like a super spring that had been compressed to the extreme. Boom! In the blink of an eye, number 2 B-grade swordbird king charged out at a supersonic speed of over 600 meters per second. Its wings were folded, and its entire body was like a glowing sword. It stabbed into the B-grade winged blue dragon's mouth and successfully pierced through its neck. Rip. Number 2, B-grade sword kingbird, abruptly swung its head. Its sudden thrust was like a sword, chopping off the B-grade winged azure dragon's head. Rumble. The B-class winged old man fell to the ground, dead on the spot. No! The B-grade unicorn mountain lizard let out a cry of shock and anger. It turned around and fled. Fight? No. The beast tamer in its body had already lost the will to fight. It didn't want to continue fighting. At this moment, it only wanted to escape. However, the B-grade unicorn mountain lizard was no match for the peak B-grade swordbird kingbird. It was caught up in a few seconds. Rip. Number 2 B-grade swordbird kingbird's sudden thrust accurately pierced the B-grade unicorn mountain lizard's back. It stirred violently, performing the legendary anorectal treatment. Oh! The B-grade unicorn mountain lizard cried out in pain. It struggled to shake its body. After sending number 2 B-grade swordbird kingbird flying, it dragged its heavily injured body and fled, leaving a trail of blood in the rainy night. Boom! Number 2 B-grade swordbird kingbird caught up again. Then, a new round of battle began. After more than 10 repetitions, number 2 B-grade swordbird kingbird's sudden thrust pierced through the B-grade unicorn mountain lizard's eyes, piercing through its skull. Thus, the battle ended. Gaga gaga. The hundreds of swordbird kingbirds that had fled in all directions flew back. They clustered around the victor, number 2 B-grade swordbird kingbird, as if they were worshipping their future king. On top of the mountain, Wu Ming watched all of this coldly. He didn't choose to intervene. First of all, he had nothing to do with the 3 B-grade beast tamers. Whether he intervened or not depended entirely on his mood. Secondly, the purpose of these 3 beast tamers intercepting the flock of swordbird kingbirds was not for the safety of Garan Castle. They were only coveting the corpses of the ferocious beasts and trying to make a fortune. Their purpose was not pure in the first place. Strictly speaking, they were still Wu Ming's competitors. If the purpose of these 3 B-grade beast tamers was to protect the safety of the city on land, then Wu Ming would definitely think highly of them and help them. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The reason why the 3 of them died was because of greed. Next, it's my turn. Wu Ming yawned and looked at the A-grade, colorful winged chameleon and nether sovereign standing on his shoulder. Then he looked at the black bracelet on his left wrist. Go all out and kill the leader of the swordbird kingbirds in an instant. Remember, leave none alive. Wu Ming ordered coldly. Whoosh! 3 dark shadows flew out in a flash. The fastest one was the colorful winged chameleon. After eating the A-grade evolutionary food, the super dragon transformation had been promoted to a real A-grade pet. It could enter the 5-clawed golden dragon transformation for 10 minutes every 8 hours. All of its attributes were increased by 5 times. There were no side effects or weakness after using it. Roar! Without any hesitation, the colorful winged chameleon activated its A-grade talent, super dragon transformation. Its body expanded rapidly. The wings on its back shortened and its body elongated. It became a 5-clawed golden dragon, about 1 meter long. Every dragon scale was shining with a bright golden light, noble and domineering. Gaga gaga. On the ground, number 2 B-grade swordbird kingbird sensed the danger. It flapped its wings and tried to dodge. However, the colorful winged chameleon used its B-grade talent, Force Awakening. With the 5 times increase in all attributes, its strength reached 12,500 tons. The colorful winged chameleon was able to suppress the swordbird kingbirds. Whoosh! The colorful winged chameleon's sharp claws cut off the neck of number 2 B-grade swordbird kingbird. The swordbird kingbird was killed instantly. In the meantime, Nether Sovereign came down from the sky. He waved his sharp claws and split apart the swordbird kingbirds that were frozen in the air. The demon atomic beast turned into an arrow and pierced through the remaining swordbird kingbirds. 10 minutes later, the storm was still pouring down. The battle that had lasted for more than a dozen kilometers had gradually calmed down. All the beasts had been killed. Their corpses were piled up on a grassland with a height of more than a dozen meters. Tap, tap, tap. Wu Ming walked on the grassland with a big smile on his face. After today's battle, he had not only harvested the entire team of Swordbird Kingbirds, but also the corpses of 3 B-grade pets. I've hit the jackpot. The smile on Wu Ming's face became more and more twisted. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.